day with us. So thank you so much for that, and we are very much delighted that you are here today with us in this, important program. So, let me just explain about that. This program will have what will have in this program today. We will start with a very amazing, presentation about the internationalization of MSMEs with our guru, Mr. Vinod Kumar, that will join us in a few minutes to talk about it. Followed by that, we will have few speeches from successful entrepreneurs who have started their journey from very basic levels and today they have big brands as B2C or B2C exporters. So they will come here and they will speak, you will listen to their journeys and then you will realize that of course the next person can be you. Why not? Then we will continue with the roadmap to, a fireside chat which will focus on the roadmap to reach to $200 billion by 2013 e-commerce exports, wherein we will have a speaker from the Amazon Global City along with Vinod sir that we will speak for the fireside chat. After the fireside chat, we will have a panel discussion about creating a robust ecosystem to boost MSME exports, MSME e-commerce exports in India, wherein we will have very esteemed panelists and speakers from government and also from policymakers, from industry experts, that everybody will be here and we will be very happy and very, we cannot wait to listen to what you are going to share with us in that panel discussion. Then we will lunch for the, we will break for the lunch around 1:30 for half an hour to 45 minutes. And after the lunch, there will be a focus on the global opportunities where some amazing presentation will be, delivered to you by the foreign nations in India. So the representatives will come and they will speak about the trade and investment opportunities which are available in their countries for the Indian MSMEs. And the focus will be on boosting the exports from India, from, MSMEs of India with international markets. So we will have representatives from the Embassy of Mexico, from Embassy of Iceland, from Embassy of Greece, and also from Embassy of Ethiopia. And then we will reach to the best part of the day, which is an amazing celebration, different types of provoking entire.
Recognize and basically celebrate the efforts of people who have always tried to enable MSMEs in any possible way. Wherein we will have awardees from 3 different categories of state governments, any financial institutions like public and private sector banks and NBFCs, and also different corporates. And then we will reach to the end of the program, but I just need to mention that we will have a very eminent jury for this award ceremony. Also, apart from the jury who have decided who will be the awardees, we have done a very, big survey that we have asked for the feedback from different MSME members, more than, I'm not sure, maybe some 5,000 MSMEs have voted for this survey, and as per that we have selected, or the jury have discussed and they have selected that who will get the awards. So be present till evening and let's wait for this amazing award ceremony for end of the day. And then we will conclude for the day. And with that, I again wish a very happy International MSME Day to all the MSMEs, all our invitees, guests that we have here, our sponsors, and all our friends who have always stand by India SME Forum in all since 2011. I'm not sure how many years are there. Thank you so much with that and have a great day with us.
Thank you, Ms. Hashmi, for setting the tone for the program. A very good morning to all present and a very happy International MSME Day. To take us deeper into the theme of internationalization and unlocking the global market opportunities for Indian MSMEs, I would like to invite Mr. Vinod Kumar, President of India SME Forum, to share his insights and thoughts with us today.
Very good morning. Sorry to have yanked all of you out of your homes today early in the morning on a Friday. But thank you for being here. And thank you for supporting the efforts that India SME Forum has been continuing. So can be a major factor. And also its trade relations with the other countries, which are deteriorating uh, 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 at any point in time, especially when you talk about countries that are not uh, democratic. And by democracy, it doesn't actually mean that one person, one job. It actually means that people that are elected from the ground up to lead the country, and not just one party that is in power all the time or most of the times. So essentially what we are talking about is majority of the world is looking at alternatives. There is a supply chain distortion that is already happening, and this is India's moment. So we're talking about reconfiguration of global supply chains that is happening. We are talking about majority of the people are, even though you have countries like Vietnam, you have countries like Korea that are trying to come inside this supply chain, majority of the buyers around the world, and I travel a lot, I speak to people around the world, and I can tell you majority of them are looking at options. And majority of them are also looking at this Indian entrepreneur who they feel is a tad bit better than any other entrepreneur in the world. All of you, when you set up businesses, was it very easy? Yes or no? No? Anybody who feels yes? Ma'am here says yes. So, majority of us have been through a tough time in setting up the business, adhering to compliance, adhering to government regulations, then feeding the people that come to your business every day for something or the other, filing all sorts of compliances, whether it's income tax, whether it's GST. All of this is not a very easy thing. But even then, Indian entrepreneurs take it in their stride and move forward. Now, I can tell you, of all the countries I have been to, I have invested in, or I have looked at businesses, I can tell you very simply that India is one of the toughest markets to actually be an entrepreneur. But then, India has loads and loads of people that are doing exceptionally well. So, when we as entrepreneurs look at other countries, it seems so easy. It seems like you are come to this heaven for entrepreneurs, because every other country feels like, this is nothing. I have faced more. For Indian entrepreneurs in the past 2 years that I have worked with, I've figured out majority of them that have looked at options around the world, all of them have, we have quite a few members. I will maybe share that information also with all of you. Quite a few members that have started enterprises around the world, and I can tell you the strike rate and the success rate is more than 90%. So companies that have been set up in a matter of, minutes, they have gone on to become, large scale, in the sense when you talk about India, you say, upwards of 30 million US dollars you can do in an international company, in a country. And that is what the Indian entrepreneur can actually do after running a business in India. That is the experience, that is the environment that creates us to enter into those markets. First is that. Second is, when you look at a buyer, you take US, you take, for example, the United Kingdom, you take Europe, a majority of people, if they are given a choice between a Chinese product and an Indian product, who do you think they will vote for or buy? Absolutely, a cent% Indian product. If we are competitive in the price, if the pricing, our pricing is even 5 to 7% more than China, they still prefer it. That is the perception you have today in the international market. And this is from studies, studies done by WTO, this is studies done by ITC, this is studies done by OECD that have actually said that consumers prefer non-Chinese markets, I mean, companies to source from or buy from. And that's such an easy thing. Also, those of us that are not exporting today, what are we missing? Essentially, when you are looking at your own business in your small place, whichever place you are today in, what's happening moving forward is you'll find competition from within. You find 5 other people setting up businesses in the same business that you are doing. So is it that there are no entry barriers, or is it that it is so easy, or is it that there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of people that we have in this country that want to be on their own, that want to earn a livelihood. So you can't say that, no, this is my business and nobody else will come into this. But the moment you export, the moment you are looking at international markets, what happens? All of a sudden, what you find is the world is your market. There are people who come from all walks of life in the world and they say, we'd like to work with you. And what can you offer me? And it is so easy. It is so easy for anybody that has spent more than a year in India in business. Working in international markets is really, really easy. And I'll share why. We'll also listen to some of the stories today about what are the things that they have gone through, the challenges they have gone through. We're talking about the other side of it. You're looking at a world which is primarily offering very low entry barriers to India. India today has more than 70 countries which are offering it the favored nation status. What does that mean? That means your product can go into those countries without non-tariff barriers, without entry barriers, and they will be happy to buy from you. Majority of us are stuck with 2 or 3 markets. We don't even know about those markets. I had somebody whose product we helped get into a country called Chile. All of you know Chile? South America, very correct. And let me tell you, to my amazement, I was surprised because I don't expect a lot of things from a country far out that side where it will take us almost 60 days to reach a container. The gentleman has done $3 million of business in a matter of 9 months. In a market, nobody knows. In a market, people say, "अरे पता नहीं है कहाँ पे है, कहाँ से भेजेगा, मेरा सामान खराब हो जाएगा, उसका जो अवधि है, we say, use best buy, तो वो खत्म हो जाएगी." There's so many excuses that we have for not doing it. But those that decide that we will do it and they take that first step, it is not very difficult. That is precisely what we are trying to get everybody in the India SME Forum family. The 12.5 lakh people that we have as subscribers today, we want each one of them to be exporters primarily. People ask me continuously, which markets do you think it is easy to set up a business? Here is, I prepared this. We did a study internally. So these are the markets with very high potential for Indian entrepreneurs. So you see US, UAE, UK, EU, which is primarily Germany or around that. So you can take Austria, you can take Poland, you can take even Greece for that matter, Netherlands, Australia, Singapore, and South Africa. If you are able to put yourself in business in any of these countries, just imagine Singapore, you're talking about the Far East. So you can get a hold of the Far Eastern market from there. South Africa, again, for Indians, a good market to be in, good place to be in. And these rankings are not done by me. These rankings in terms of market potential is done by ITC. It's data from ITC which we have collated and shown to you. This is the high potential markets for Indian entrepreneurs. This is the first question which I get. You know, कौन सी country में आप चाहते हैं मैं जाऊं? तो ये उसका आंसर है. Guys, I'm not able to move forward. Yeah, I tried clicking. Yes, thank you. Then people ask me कि यार कौन सी ऐसी कंट्री है जिसमें हम लोग एक्सपोर्ट करें और सबसे इजी है, मुझे कुछ दिक्कत नहीं होगी, मुझे बैरियर्स नहीं फेस करने पड़ेंगे, मेरी छोटी छोटी पैकेजेस जा सकती हैं, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. लुक एट द टॉप एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशंस. और इसमें से तीसरे नंबर पे चाइना है. डू यू नो हाउ मेनी पीपल Indians are living in China today? More than 1 lakh Indians. And you know how many of them have businesses? 95,000. People that have gone from India and set up a business in China. हम लोग बोलते हैं अरे यार चाइना मतलब एनिमी है, ये है, वो है, सब है. But can you believe? I have a guy who actually has a factory in Ludhiana, but he opened a factory in China, and he came back and told me, sir, ये तो actually भगवान ने हमको जन्म तो उधर दिया है, but actually काम यहाँ पे करना चाहिए सबको, क्योंकि they are so open, there's so much to do, there's so much of things that we can actually push in. He started with, you know, setting up this factory for garments and all that. Today he is in 12 product lines with a total turnover of 700 crores. And it is just a 5-year-old story. 5 years in China. Which people say कि अरे यार export करना कौन जाएगा, क्या है, मतलब China बड़ा difficult है, etc. 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 But जो China से export कर रहे हैं इंडिया में, वो भी 99% इंडियंस ही हैं, और जो चाइना में इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं इंडिया से, वो भी 99% इंडियंस हैं. उधर कोई पाकिस्तानी या कोई अमेरिकन बैठ के इंपोर्ट और एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा. ये सब इंडियंस हैं जो वहां जाके सेटअप करे हैं. तो अगर आपने उस मार्केट को अभी तक देखा नहीं है, प्लीज चेक करिए और एक बार जरूर जाइए, देखिए कि क्या है उस मार्केट में, क्या वो ऑफर करता है. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. लोग बोलते हैं क्या एक्सपोर्ट. मैं आपको यह बोल दूं कि कोई भी प्रोडक्ट एक्सपोर्ट के काबिल बन सकता है, एक्सपोर्ट के लायक बन सकता है. बट ये स्टडी है हमारी इन टर्म्स ऑफ द परसेंटेजेस वी हैव पुट, व्हिच टाइप ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स हैव द हाईएस्ट पोटेंशियल. बट इसमें सबसे बिगेस्ट जो है वो अदर है. अदर मतलब कुछ भी, बाकी तो कैटेगरीज बनी हुई है, बट आप लाइए प्रोडक्ट. ये जो नजमा की टीम है, नजमा है बैठी हुई है, नजमा की जो टीम है, इसका काम ही यही है कि आपके लिए मार्केट ढूंढना, देखना भाई कहां पे कर सकता है, उधर कौन सा एंटरप्रेन्योर गया है, उसने क्या किया है, उसकी केस स्टडी हमारे पास है क्या, एंड कैन वी टेक दैट सेम एग्जांपल एंड सपोर्ट यू. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. The other very important route. Majority of us unfortunately think that I am not big enough to have a strategic partnership. But let me share with you. Do you know how many countries, if you have a company in India, a private limited, LLP, or any company like that, do you know how many countries you can have a representative office and open a bank account? Anybody knows? "45 countries today offer Indian enterprises the ability to actually do a representative office, open a bank account, hire a local guy, or send somebody from your company to operate in those markets." But how many us, we don't know. We don't even know how to negotiate. We don't even know how to actually figure out कि कौन सी country कर रही है और allow कर रही है नहीं कर रही, क्योंकि आपके पास वो ज्ञान नहीं है. So what we're talking about is, if you look at the countries around the world, you know, somebody asked me one day कि यार Italy is a very different, वो लोग भाषा भी अलग है, लोग समझते भी नहीं है और बहुत tough market है. And I gave him 3 examples of companies that have gone from India with turnovers of less than 10 crore rupees and set up representatives office in, एक ने रोम में खोला है, एक ने जेनोवा में खोला है और एक ने मिलान में खोला, और तीनों अच्छा काम कर रही हैं और तीनों के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स इंडिया से जाके वहां पे काम कर रहे हैं और बिना कोई इश्यू के. फ्रांस, ये नाम से ही हमको डर लगता है, अरे फ्रेंच लैंग्वेज है, पता नहीं क्या पेपर वर्क होगा, कैसे होगा. फ्रांस में मैं आप लोग को बोल दूं, हमारे मेंबर्स में से करीबन 150 लोगों के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफिसेज हैं. इट इज सो इजी, बट हम लोग को ये पता नहीं है, कोई बोलने वाला नहीं है या राह दिखाने वाला नहीं है. फ्रांस में भी आप खुद अगर मतलब जाएं और वहां पर रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफिस खोलें, तो इफ यू इवन वांट टू टुमारो बी अ रेजिडेंट, all you have to do is continue this for 3 years. 4th year you can file, 5th year you'll get the permanent residency. It is so easy. But how many of us know about all this? And we feel ki yaar we are constricted by our own selves, not others. It's our own vision, our own information which is constricting us. I feel every one of you can be a very big international company. Why should you limit yourself only कि भाई मुझे इंडिया में ही करना जो करना? चलिए, आपके पास इंडिया में बहुत अच्छे बड़े ऑपरेशंस हैं, तो उसके बाद क्या? बड़ा इजी है. आपको पता है इंडिया में हर साल हमारे ट्रेड डेस्क को 200 से ज्यादा इंटरनेशनल कंपनीज अप्रोच करती हैं इसके लिए कि मुझे एक जॉइंट वेंचर पार्टनर दे दीजिए, मुझे किसी के साथ लोकली टाई अप करना है, मुझे सोर्सिंग करवा के दीजिए, मुझे इंडिया से प्रोडक्ट लेना है या इंडिया में प्रोडक्ट देना है. तो करते करते वी हैव अ कंपनी विच इज बेस्ड इन बॉम्बे. बॉम्बे में सेवरी पता होगा ना सबको, सेवरी एरिया इन बॉम्बे, वहां पे एक कंपनी है. तो वो भाई साहब, उनके पेरेंट्स जो हैं, जो ओरिजिनल ओनर्स थे, ही वाज सेइंग कि मुझे एक आदमी दो जो ये कंपनी मेरे से खरीद ले या इन्वेस्ट करे और मुझे छोड़ दे, क्योंकि मेरा बेटा यूएस में है, वो वापस नहीं आना चाहता. वेरी नॉर्मल कॉमन सिचुएशन. अ लॉट ऑफ अस हैव गॉन थ्रू इट, अंडरस्टूड इट. तो हाउ डू यू गेट टू अ पॉइंट वेयर वी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड हिम टू अ 3-4 companies from Europe, one company from Vietnam, one company from South Korea. Finally, European company के साथ इनका अच्छी बातचीत हो गई, and you will be surprised. This company today, जो ओनर थे ये कंपनी के, it's a very well known company in the electrical arena. ये ओनर जो हैं, इन्होंने रिवर्स बाई किया उस कंपनी को, मतलब उस कंपनी में 50% स्टेक ले लिया उन्होंने and gave them a stake in this company. कोई कैश एक्सचेंज नहीं हुआ. And today he is already the mayor of the town where the factory of that company is in Poland. And most importantly, his son shifted from the US. He is now based in the Czech Republic. He is looking after the operations. So there are endless possibilities, provided we are open to looking at them, understanding them, and taking them forward. Next, please. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, लोग बोलते हैं कि यार मेरा प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा, कैसे चलेगा, कैसे हो सकता है, मैं कैसे टेस्ट करूं. अरे भाई, अभी हमारे पास इतने मार्केट प्लेसेस हैं, आप छोटा सा भी एक कंसाइनमेंट वहां छोड़ के मार्केट प्लेस को यूज करके आप टेस्ट कर सकते हैं मार्केट प्लेस बड़ी इजीली. You will not only be able to test the marketplace, you'll get real time feedback, you'll figure out कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट वहां पे चल सकता है कि नहीं चल सकता. You'll understand what are the standards, you'll understand all of it. And D2C क्रॉस बॉर्डर ई-कॉमर्स से बेटर कोई टेस्ट बेड नहीं है, because you are able to get feedback directly from your consumer. So we will have panels on all of this. ये जो इससे पहले भी मैंने बोला उसकी भी पैनल है आज, D2C पे भी पैनल है. So we will have discussions on all of these topics. So threadbare, all of you will be able to understand. Next please. ये है पिछले 18 महीने में क्या किया हम लोग ने, नजमा मैम की टीम ने. 70 एंटरप्राइजेस को हम लोगों ने इंटरनेशनल रेप ऑफिसेस खुलवा के दिए अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. 3,300 से ज्यादा लोगों को हम लोग ने ऑनलाइन ऑनबोर्ड किया मार्केट प्लेसेस पे, ताकि वो ग्लोबल जो इनका एम्बिशन है उसमें फर्स्ट स्टेप वो क्लियर करें कि भाई मेरा प्रोडक्ट चल सकता है कि नहीं चल सकता. और 16 कोलैबोरेशंस इनिशिएट करें हम लोग ने पिछले 18 महीने में. सो दिस इज द वर्क ऑफ द ITD team. So this is the team that is hosting all of you today. So this was a mechanism of introducing you to the team and what we can do and what are our capabilities. And obviously with the aim, the ambition that we all want each one of you to go international and not look at only India as a market. Next please. I don't know इसका next कुछ है भी कि नहीं, सब तो बोल दिया. और कोई सवाल होंगे तो दिन में हम लोग we are here. So I just wanted to introduce to you the concept for today, what we are going to do and what we are going to talk about. I'll just share some numbers with you. पिछले 4 साल पहले 2020-21 में कितने एक्सपोर्टर थे इंडिया में, कोई गेस? Anybody can guess any number, it's okay. हमारे पास आज की तारीख में 6 करोड़ 50 लाख उद्यम रजिस्टर्ड MSMEs हैं. बट 2021 में कितने एक्सपोर्ट करते थे उनमें से? एक्टिव एक्सपोर्टर्स 26,000 एंड टोटल ओवरऑल एक्सपोर्टर्स जो इंटरमिटेंट एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे वो 53,000. आज की तारीख में कितने एक्सपोर्टर हैं? 1,73,000 units which are exporting today. So if you are not doing it, you are going to miss the bus, and which is something that we would not like. We would like each one of you to be on the bus. Thank you very much. You're a great audience. Thank you for listening.
We will also have an international trade desk. Reet Raj here, she will be available at the ITD desk in about an hour. So anybody wanting to know about exports and you want to register with our international trade division, you may please connect with her during the course of the day. So Bhumika, can we please proceed?
We now move to a session which is filled with entrepreneurial stories and global journeys from our Indian MSMEs who have successfully transformed into export-driven brands. So it is my honor to welcome our first speaker for the day, Mr. Sunil Chandra Saha, co-founder of the brand Blue Tea. Please come onto the stage, sir.
मॉर्निंग, नमस्ते। मेरा नाम सुनील साहा है। आई एम द फाउंडर ऑफ ब्लू टी। कैन आई हैव द प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज? आप लोगों को कहानियाँ पसंद है? मेरे को लगा आप लोग सो नहीं गए हो, इसलिए मैंने सोचा एक कहानी सुना देता हूँ। एंड स्विच इट ऑन। Once again, my name is Sunil Chandra Saha. I am the founder of a brand called Blue Tea. काम काफ़ी सिंपल है, हम लोग चाय बेचते हैं। आजकल चाय बेचने वाले का स्कोप बहुत है, कुछ भी बन सकते हैं। तो अभी थोड़ा उम्र कम है, क्या पता अगले कुछ सालों में कहीं और देखो तो चौंकना मत। वैसा उस तरफ जाने का कोई इरादा नहीं है, बट यू नेवर नो। So Vinod sir is very close and he has been very kind enough to invite me. मैं कैलकाटा से आया हूँ और सुबह सुबह 4:30 बजे उठा हूँ, 6 बजे की फ़्लाइट थी, 9 बजे उतरा हूँ, डोसा खाया हूँ बाजू में। सोचा था बहुत अच्छा होगा, नहीं था। और क्योंकि मुझे यहाँ पे भरोसा नहीं था कि यहाँ पता नहीं क्या मिल जाए, सोचा खा के आता हूँ क्योंकि बात करना है। एनीवे, सो बिफोर वी गेट इनटू दिस एक्सपोर्ट वाला जर्नी, आपको छोटा सा बैकग्राउंड दे देता हूँ। आई पास्ड आउट फ्रॉम पुणे माय MBA इन 2009। चितरंजन में पला बड़ा हूँ। चितरंजन इज़ अ स्मॉल टाउन इन बंगाल और मेरे फादर झारखंड से हैं और वहाँ पे उन्होंने उसके बाद किसी तरह गांव से निकल के ही डिड इंजीनियरिंग, गवर्नमेंट में जॉब किया। एंड चितरंजन इज़ एक्चुअली इंडियाज़ फर्स्ट प्लान टाउनशिप। वहाँ पे रेलवेज में थे पापा। एंड देन वहाँ से आई डिड, उसके बाद फिर स्कूल से निकल के आई केम टू दिल्ली। स्कूल में टॉप किया था मैंने। स्कूल बहुत छोटा था, KV, आई डोंट नो केंद्रीय विद्यालय में से कितने लोग यहाँ में से पढ़े होंगे। स्कूल, यस, वी हैव 1 KV और कुछ और भी लोग होंगे क्योंकि KV काफ़ी नेटवर्क बड़ा है। KV में टॉप करके दिल्ली आया था, दिल्ली में लगा था तोड़ देंगे क्योंकि टॉप करके आया हूँ। फिर यहाँ जाके जब जब सच में आकाश में गया MBBS का प्रिपरेशन के लिए, तो 5,000 बच्चे थे और पूरा मेहनत करके भी मैं 1,000 से अंदर नहीं आ पा रहा था। उन्होंने बोला था अगर आप टॉप 50 में नहीं आते हो तो आपका कोई स्कोप नहीं है डॉक्टर बनने का। तो वो तो नहीं बन पाया, अच्छा ही वो नहीं बना, बट फिर भी मतलब दैट वाज वन ऑफ द थिंग्स। उसके बाद देन आई वेंट इनटू ग्रेजुएशन, फिर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन सब पुणे से किया। पुणे में जब पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करके निकला, करियर जर्नी इतना अजीब रहा कि हर 6-6 महीने पे जॉब चेंज करता था। 2009 में ब्लिप आ गया था, स्लो डाउन बोल लो, रिसेशन बोल लो। जॉब ऑफर्स तो थी हाथ में, लेकिन वी कुड नॉट एक्चुअली जॉइन अ प्रॉपर कॉर्पोरेट कंपनी। उसके बाद थोड़ा सा वहाँ से निकल के started working in Aditya Birla, Airtel में I was leading Delhi. Aditya Birla में I was leading Tamil Nadu, Kerala for a brand called Louis Philippe, जिसके सूट्स, ब्लेजर्स, शर्ट्स ये सब बिकते हैं। कुछ 2-3-4 करोड़ के कपड़े तो मैंने हाथ से ही बेचे हैं। सर ये बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आप पे, बहुत ही बढ़िया लग रहा है, मैम को भी पसंद आ रहा है। सो ये सब करके तो काफ़ी। एंड देन इन दिल्ली आई वाज लीडिंग अ टीम ऑफ अबाउट 200 पीपल। एयरटेल ने मुझे 7 लोगों का टीम दिया था, उस टीम को मैं बढ़ा के 1 साल के अंदर आई टुक इट टू अबाउट 200। 40-50 करोड़ का बिजनेस था। एंड बट बर्नआउट हो गया था। मतलब वी वर इनटू दैट जोन जहाँ पे हर रोज़ 14-15 घंटे काम होता था और ऐसा 4-5 साल से चल रहा था। तो मैंने सोचा थोड़ा ब्रेक लेते हैं। उसके बाद आई बिकेम अ लेक्चरर एट IMT गाजियाबाद। तो आई वॉज एट 28-29 दैट टाइम। तो उसी टाइम मैंने दाढ़ी बढ़ाई थी क्योंकि इतना छोटा लगता था, उनको समझ नहीं आता था इधर बैठे या इधर बोले। तो उनको लगता था या तो स्टूडेंट ही रह जाओ आप, क्योंकि आप वैसे ही लग रहे हो। तो फिर मैंने बोले नहीं यार, थोड़ा बढ़ा लेता हूँ। एंड दैट्स व्हेन आई बिकेम अ लेक्चरर। एंड दैट वाज अ फेज व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड प्लानिंग फॉर माय स्टार्टअप। क्योंकि लेक्चरर के पास इतना टाइम होता है, हम लोग को 14 घंटा काम करने का आदत था और वहाँ 3 घंटे पढ़ा के जो PhD होल्डर्स थे, दे वर सेइंग थक गए यार, बहुत मेहनत हो गया। हमने बोला हम तो वार्म अप करते हैं 3-4 घंटे में, काम तो उसके बाद होता है. सो सो आई हैड लॉट ऑफ टाइम इन माई हैंड. तो 2 काम किया. पहला गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स का पूरा सीरीज खत्म किया था कि इतना समय था. और दूसरा स्टार्टअप प्लान किया. एंड पहला स्टार्टअप तो चल नहीं पाया, बट दूसरा स्टार्टअप आई प्लान दिस स्टार्टअप विच इज यहाँ पे जो है ब्लू टी. आपको ब्लू कलर का कोई चाय दिख रहा होगा. एनीवन हियर हैज एवर हैड ब्लू टी? कोई ऐसा है? ओके. एनी वी आर ऑल्सो अवेलेबल ऑन इंडिगो. अगर आपको मौका मिले आप वहाँ भी पी सकते हो. अभी बेच नहीं रहा हूँ, थोड़ी देर बाद बेचूंगा. हाँ तो सो दिस वाज सो वी सॉ दैट. मेरे साथ मेरा को फाउंडर था नितेश. नितेश और मैंने ये कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी 2018 में. 2018 में हमने देखा ब्लू कलर की एक चाय है जो मलेशिया थाईलैंड में थोड़ा कॉमन था, इंडिया में नहीं मिल रहा था. थोड़ा रिसर्च किया तो देखा अरे यार ये तो इंडियन इंग्रेडिएंट से बना हुआ है. इंग्रेडिएंट कौन सा? ये जो फ्लावर था, ये इसको शंखपुष्पी भी कहते हैं, अपराजिता भी बोलते हैं, कई सारी चीज कई जगहों पे कई सारी बात. लेकिन इससे ब्लू कलर का चाय बनता था. हमें बड़ा अट्रैक्टिव लगा. हमें लगा कुछ हो सकता है. एंड आई केम फ्रॉम अ सेल्स बैकग्राउंड. सो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज, मुझे तो लगा इंडिया में 10,000 रेस्टोरेंट हैं प्रीमियम. अगर 10,000 रेस्टोरेंट हर महीने 1,000 रुपए खरीदे, 10,000 इंटू 1,000, बहुत सिंपल है, इतना मेरा हर महीने का बिजनेस है. ये तो है ही है, अगले 2-3 साल में क्रैक कर लूंगा. एंड दैट वाज माय अजम्पशन. लेकिन जब बेचने गए तो कहानी कुछ और ही निकली. देन 2018-19 वी स्टार्टेड ऑनलाइन. हमने जब ऑनलाइन स्टार्ट किया तो हमने फर्स्ट ऐड किया था. फर्स्ट ऐड जब हमने इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला था तो बहुत उम्मीद थी कि यार, उस टाइम सुना था फेसबुक इंस्टा पे बहुत ऐड होता है तो बिकता है बहुत ज्यादा. और उसमें एक लड़की ने हमें कमेंट किया कि भैया इसको पी के मैं विश्वकन्या बन जाऊंगी क्या? और यार समझ ही, और इट वाज हैंडल्ड बाय मी, और समझ नहीं आया कि रिस्पॉन्ड कैसे करना है. इसको क्या बोलूं कि यार नहीं मैम ये नेचुरल है, कुछ भी बोलने का समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था. उसने लिखा विश्वकन्या, उस पे लाइक 73, मेरे पोस्ट पे लाइक 80, उसके कमेंट पे 73 लाइक. मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा कि लोग इसको ज्यादा क्यों पसंद कर रहे हैं. उसका फोटो भी अच्छा था वैसे, लेकिन फिर भी मतलब मुझे लग रहा है ये तो बड़ा डिमोरलाइज. उसके नीचे लेकिन इंडिया भी कारिस्ता है. इंडिया इज अ ट्रोल चैंपियन कंट्री. उसके नीचे एक लड़के ने लिखा, नहीं बहन तेरा शिवदत्त मैं हूं. जब तक मैं सोचता कि मुझे क्या रिप्लाई करना है, तब तक उन्होंने रिप्लाई कर दिया. एंड इट वाज सो डिमोरलाइजिंग कि मुझे लगा यार करना भी चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए. पता चला पूरा इंडिया, उसमें किसी ने नीचे लिख दिया, भैया ये तो जहर लग रहा है, भैया शिवजी भी ब्लू हैं, कहीं आपका नाता उनसे है. अब मेरे को लग रहा था कोई राम जी को भी ले ही आएगा. तो डर ही लगने लगा था कि मतलब करना है नहीं करना है इसको. मैंने नितेश से पूछा फोन करके. आई वॉज देयर इन कैलकाटा दैट टाइम. और हम लोग के पास 3 ही इंप्लॉय थे, मैं, नितेश और एक बंदा, जिसको बहुत कन्विंस करके लेके आया था मैं. और ये 3 लोगों में हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि यार कैसे होगा क्या होगा. एंड उस समय तो मेरे घर वाले भी नहीं बताते थे किसी को कि क्या काम करता है. नहीं बताते थे कि ब्लू टी बेचता है. बोलते थे एयरटेल में काम कर चुका है, करंट क्या है अभी सोच रहे हैं. कुछ बोलते नहीं थे साफ साफ कि क्या कर रहा है. एंड ये था. गाइस कैन वी हैव नेक्स्ट स्लाइड? सो from there we built this brand, blue tea. Or can we have the next one please? हाँ बस ठीक है सर. नहीं इससे पहले sorry. And today we are present in 11 countries from that day 2018. And today we have a sales of about 50 cr. We lead India. We are India's #1 player in online herbal tea. We are selling in US. We are in on Amazon. जैसा सर बता रहे थे, we were in top 10 brands in Amazon US. India के Amazon पे we lead Amazon by quite a bit of margin. 50% of market share of herbal tea belongs to us of India. अभी सिर्फ ऑनलाइन में है, but hopefully offline भी जाएंगे. And we have about 600 farmers now and about 15 lakh customers, 2-3 lakh reviews. 89% of the total reviews are 4-star plus. So वो एक दिन था जहाँ पे विश्वकन्या थी, जिन्होंने जो भी थी वो, और आज का दिन है where we are leading India and probably hoping that we can be India's that brand जो बाहर जाके ये बोल पाए कि आयुर्वेद में एक्चुअली इतना पावर है, या फिर इंडिया के अपने चाय में इतना पावर है कि वी कैन बिकम अ ग्लोबल ब्रांड. So that's the story of Blue Tea, how we started. We'll get into little bit into detail, but that is what the transformation which we have seen. So ये कहानी सुनाने का एक ही तात्पर्य था आप लोगों के साथ कि no matter how bad your start is, चाहे कोई आपको विश करने बोले या कोई और, I'm sure there is something which you can do out of that. So that's the perspective which I wanted to start with. Now, we went to Shark Tank in 2022, and since then we are seeing continuous growth in India. Aman Gupta was our investor there. We have some Shark Tank peers also here in the audience. And ये जो हमने ब्लू टी के साथ किया था, we also did not know कि ये सब इतना बड़ा होगा. But 2019 में we saw that इंडिया में उतना ट्रैक्शन नहीं आ रहा है. हम लोग जितना भी कर रहे थे कोशिश, इंडिया में चाय, देखिए इंडिया में लोग दो चीजों में एक्सपर्ट है. पहला क्रिकेट, दूसरा चाय. क्रिकेट में इतने एक्सपर्ट है यहाँ पे, 2-4 लड़कों को भी उठा दूंगा ना मैं, वो विराट कोहली को भी बता देगा भाई तेरा कवर ड्राइव में थोड़ा मिस्टेक है, सही नहीं बैठ रहा है. एंड चाय, वी आर सो मच अ लवर दैट कि हर बंदे का चाय अलग है. किसी में तुलसी ज्यादा है, किसी में अदरक, कोई इलायची डालता है, किसी को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं इलायची. सो वी हैव सो मेनी वेरिएशंस ऑफ चाय, एंड इन अ कंट्री व्हिच लव्स टी सो मच, it's very hard to challenge that. Why don't you change your tea? Why don't you accept my tea which we are bringing? And what we found out is 2019-20 में जब हम लोग रिसर्च कर रहे थे कि जब अंग्रेज आए थे तब वो ब्लैक टी और ग्रीन टी लेके आए इंडिया में. उससे पहले क्या हम लोग इतने गरीब थे कि हम लोग के पास कोई चाय थी नहीं. उससे पहले एक्चुअली हमारे पास किचन गार्डन हुआ करते थे, हमारे पास अपने बैकयार्ड हुआ करते थे, हम लोग थोड़े छोटे घरों में रहते थे, लेकिन ये सब चीजें थी. मिट्टी हुआ करती थी. आज आपके घरों में मिट्टी के नाम पे तुलसी इज द ओनली सर्वाइवर, या फिर वो शौकिया प्लांट जो हर महीने बदलते हैं. हाँ, जिनको आप मनी प्लांट हर 2-3-4 महीने में लाएंगे, फिर मर जाएंगे, फिर वापस लेके आएंगे, फिर लेके आएंगे. सो आई थिंक what we had, the culture of bringing the fresh items from your backyard, आप उसको लेते थे, बॉईल करते थे, गरम करते थे और पीते थे, जिसको हम हर्बल टी या फिर आयुर्वेदिक टीज बोलते थे. वो चला गया. क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे किचन में आ गया कुछ ऐसा ड्राई आइटम जो बहुत आसान था. आपने डब्बे में पैक करना स्टार्ट किया ब्लैक टी या ग्रीन टी, उसको आप लेते थे, बॉईल करते थे, सर्व करते थे. एंड दैट वाज कन्वीनियंस बीटिंग आवर ओन रूट्स. कुछ भी चीज जब आसान हो जाती है ना, तो अपने रूट्स को बीट करना बड़ा. आप इंस्टाग्राम के साथ भी देखोगे, आज आपको बातों से ज्यादा इंस्टाग्राम स्क्रॉल करना पसंद होगा. मैं अभी फ्लाइट में आ रहा था, लोग फ्लाइट में एक्चुअली लोगों का ईगो बढ़ जाता है. नॉर्मली जब हम लोग ट्रैवल भी कर रहे होते हैं तब भी वहां लगता है कि यार बाजू वाले से क्या बात करें. सो आई थिंक फ्रॉम देयर, आई थिंक वी हैव, हाय सर, तो वी हैव प्रहलाद सर हियर एंड आई एम अ ह्यूज फैन सर. आई मीन जब से कॉलेज से पढ़ रहा हूँ तब से आपका, एंड आई थिंक आई वाज, इट वाज ग्रेट मीटिंग यू लास्ट टाइम. आई विल कंटिन्यू. Guys, can you have the next slide? Yeah. So as I said, we are right now India's #1 herbal tea brand. Hopefully we can go offline very soon. And the perspective, okay. Guys, can we have, this was from Shark Tank. Yeah. So मुझे लगा मेरे पास थोड़ा और टाइम है तो मैं थोड़ा एक और कॉन्सेप्ट आपको बता देता हूँ. Now that we have a marketing professor here also. This is a very unique concept which applied to us. जब हम लोग ब्लू टी लॉन्च कर रहे थे, बहुत ही नया टाइप का प्रोडक्ट था. ब्लू कलर का चाय कोई क्यों ही पिए. तो हमने फिर जब मैं लेक्चरर था आईएमटी में, तब कुछ बातें बहुत सोचता था मैं कि व्हाट इज, व्हाई, हाउ विल वी एवर डेवलप अ न्यू प्रोडक्ट. आप लोग भी सोचते हो यार कौन सा ऐसा प्रोडक्ट बनाए जो बस बिक जाए, यार कुछ तबाही हो जाए, मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो जाए कि बस बनाओ और निकल जाए, मतलब शेल्फ पे रहे ही नहीं. तो मुझे लगता था इसका कोई फॉर्मूला है क्या, मतलब इज देयर अ फॉर्मूला टू इट. I was studying about it, and there was a marketing research done over 20-25 years of all the advertisements of Europe and US जो भी printed हुए थे. उनमें एक चीज, एक वर्ड जो बहुत बाहर निकल के आया था, which people remembered the most. This word was new, नया. अगर आप देखोगे आज भी दिस वर्ड इज वेरी प्रेवलेंट. अगर आप किसी भी शोरूम में जाओगे वहां आपको देखोगे न्यू अराइवल, कुछ और भी तो लिख सकते हैं, नोवल अराइवल भी तो लिख सकते हैं, बट इट हैज ऑलवेज बीन कांस्टेंट, न्यू ही लिखते हैं। और जहां भी न्यू होते हैं उसमें दो टाइप के कस्टमर होते हैं, एक भाई वहां पे डिस्काउंट नहीं है वहां नहीं जाना है, और दूसरा वही नया है वहीं जाना है। दो टाइप के लोग हो जाते हैं। सो व्हाट आई सॉ वाज न्यू, which I was studying, और मुझे लगा कि यार ये दिस वर्ड न्यू, people always have something to do with it. That means people love new. कोई भी चीज जब नई आती है मार्केट में तो आपको ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट होता है, कंज्यूमर्स एट लार्ज गेट एक्साइटेड। सही बात है कि नहीं? नया, न्यू, यू फील दैट, आज भी हम लोग के पास बहुत सारी चीजें आ रही हैं। इंस्टाग्राम इज न्यू फॉर दैट मैटर, आई थिंक इट हैज टेकन ओवर फ्रॉम द अर्लियर वन, जहां पे फेसबुक हमारे दोस्तों तक था, इंस्टाग्राम किसी का नहीं है, कोई भी देख रहे हैं, पता नहीं किसको देख रहे हैं, बट देखे जा रहे हैं। ठीक है, एंड यू कैन see that throughout, whatever products you are buying, you will see that we love something new. अगर ये कलर मुझे पता नहीं इस कलर का नाम क्या है, कुछ और कलर अगर मुझे पहनना है, और समथिंग which you have never worn probably, जो मैंने पहले नहीं पहना है, I would love that. New was very prevalent for last 25-30 years. Please hold on, मुझे पता है थोड़ा कॉन्सेप्ट में थोड़ा डीप है, लेकिन ये अगर आप थोड़ा सा भी समझोगे शायद you can apply that to your brand, your product. सेकेंड वर्ड जो मैंने थोड़ा जब स्टडी किया तो मुझे ये पता चला कि देखो, चेंज इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट। चेंज हम लोग सब, वी हेट चेंज। हम लोग जो चल रहा है, मेरा 5 साल से एक ही नाश्ता है, जो हम देख रहे होते हैं वही देख रहे हैं। अगर आप देखोगे लास्ट 7 सालों के ब्लॉकबस्टर मूवीज, दोज आर एक्चुअली रीमेक ऑफ द ओरिजिनल वन। आप एवेंजर 1 2 3 4 5 बनाओगे उतना बिजनेस कर लेगा, आप रिवेंजर बनाओगे शायद नहीं चले। क्यों? क्योंकि शायद वो पुराना वाला जैसा नहीं है। सो न्यू हम लोगों को चाहिए, चेंज हमें नहीं चाहिए। तो न्यू जब चाहिए और चेंज अगर नहीं करना है तो आपको मैं नया प्रोडक्ट बेचूंगा कैसे? आपके पास जो, इसका मतलब वही हो गया ना, कस्टमर के पास जो चल रहा है वही लेता रहेगा। नए प्रोडक्ट का स्कोप ही क्या है? आप नया प्रोडक्ट लाओगे फेल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि लोगों को तो चेंज चाहिए ही नहीं, जो चल रहा था वही चल रहा है। And that's where actually in दोनों का combination is one of the best strategies which can be applied ever in in this product marketing world, which is the familiar surprise. देखिए नाम सुनने में थोड़ा अटपटा है, familiar surprise। नया है पर जाना पहचाना है, पुराने जैसा नया है। जो भी, पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो इफ वी हैव यंग पीपल इन द ऑडियंस, एनीवन, उन लोगों का आजकल सिचुएशनशिप, नए रिलेशनशिप्स चलते हैं, दे फाइंड पीपल हु आर लाइक अर्लियर पीपल, पुराने वाले जैसे ही नया ढूंढते हैं कि यार वो नहीं चला पर ये वाला शायद चल जाए। सो दैट्स द काइंड ऑफ, and that is something which is very true for product also. Any product which actually challenges your habits actually fail, but any product which try and change you little bit for better but is like old one, wahan zyada chances hai. And that is when we started planning for Blue Tea. Blue Tea had a similar habit which is पानी में ही लेना, गर्म पानी लेना है, पीना है जैसे ग्रीन टी पीते हैं, and we wanted to challenge that. आजकल मार्केट में हमेशा एक चीज देखोगे आप, इनकम्बेंट वर्सेस इंसर्जेंट। सुना होगा शायद आपने, अगर नहीं सुना होगा तो अभी बता देता हूँ। इनकम्बेंट वो हैं जो पहले से हैं, जो पहले से ही बहुत सालों से जीतते आ रहे हैं ये मार्केट को। हमारे केस में लिप्टन एंड टेटली, दे आर देयर इन मार्केट फॉर लॉन्ग पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, 25-30 सालों से। कोई कॉफी में, आई थिंक वी हैव रेज कॉफी फाउंडर आल्सो प्रोबेबली स्पीकिंग, प्रोबेबली उनके सेगमेंट में भी नेस्कैफे हमेशा से जीत रहे हैं। बट देन कम्स अ न्यू प्लेयर, प्रोबेबली लाइक ब्लू टोकाई, जो नया चैलेंज करता है, लाइक ब्लू टी, जो लिप्टन एंड टेटली के ग्रीन टी को चैलेंज करता है कि नहीं आपका वाला उतना अच्छा नहीं है, शायद थोड़ा कड़वा है, शायद प्लास्टिक के टी बैग में, हमारा वाला पी के देखिए, सेम तरीका है, बहुत ज्यादा चेंज नहीं है, बट वी कैन डू बेटर। एंड दैट्स व्हाट वाज व्हेन न्यू मीट्स चेंज एंड वी गेट familiar surprise. And that is probably which we figured out with Blue Tea, that maybe we can do something which is similar but like old. And what we have realized is कि कई बार जब आपको change करने बोला जाता है आपके हैबिट में से, जैसे किसी ने बोला था कि एक्चुअली प्रोटीन पाउडर ना पराठे में जो डो होता है उसमें मिला दो, उससे प्रोटीन आ जाता है। मैंने दिया, मम्मी को भी दिया कि मम्मी आप मिलाना स्टार्ट करो, एज हो रहा है, बेटर हो जाएगा। नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। नई आदतें लाना कंज्यूमर के लिए बहुत टफ है। एंड इफ यू रिमेंबर, वी चेंज्ड विथ उबर। हम लोग बस ऑटो से ट्रैवल करते थे, उबर आया, हमने हमने कार, लेकिन उस चेंज का कॉस्ट क्या था? हर एक को 2-2 हज़ार रुपए के राइड फ्री मिले थे। अनलेस दैट इज पुश्ड सो हार्ड, इतना पैसा देगा कौन हमें चेंज करने के लिए आज के टाइम पे? अनलेस दैट इज पुश्ड सो हार्ड, तभी जाके हम चेंज होते हैं। मतलब आपको एक्सटर्नल फोर्स विच इज अप्लाइड टू यू टू चेंज योर बिहेवियर इन अ वे जो आपके लिए बेटर हो, वैसे प्रोडक्ट्स लाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई मीन, उबर इज अमेजिंग प्रोडक्ट बाय इटसेल्फ। अगर आपके पास उतना पैसा नहीं है जितना उबर के पास था, तो यू शुड बी लुकिंग एट प्रोडक्ट्स विच मीट्स न्यू, which are similar to the last one and probably better. And that's what is the thing. um, Guys, can we have the next one please? Now this is my most of the talk, but because we are here for exports, I'll share some exports number to you before I hand over the mic, and probably if you have any questions I will be happy to answer that. In 2019 we went to US with one perspective when we saw कि इंडिया में उतना ट्रैक्शन नहीं मिल रहा है, इंडियंस एक्चुअली चाय बदलना नहीं चाहते थे, तो हमें लगा यूएस में हमें थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एक्सेप्टेंस। और जब हमने यूएस में ब्लू टी लॉन्च किया, वी गॉट रियली गुड, वेरी गुड रिएक्शंस। सेल्स नंबर्स फिर एक्चुअली उसके गवाह थे। 2022 में when we went to Shark Tank, 70% of our business was coming from e-commerce of US and UK put together। 70%, मतलब हम लोग 10 करोड़ का बिजनेस कर रहे थे तब, 7-7.5 करोड़ वॉज कमिंग फ्रॉम यूएस एंड यूके। आप पूछोगे इंडिया में क्यों नहीं कर रहे थे यार आप? एक्चुअली एक तो पहली बात, 300 रुपए की चाय जो यहाँ बिकती है वहां पे 1000 की बिकती है, पहला तो ये था। पर दूसरा ये भी पॉइंट था, यूएस में लोग चाय नहीं समझते थे। यूएस में जो भी दोगे वो बोलते हैं गर्म पानी में पीना है, गर्म पीना है मतलब चाय है, कॉफी नहीं है मतलब चाय है। एक्चुअली उनका तो इतना सिंपल, अगर वो अदरक कूट के पानी में गर्म करके सिर्फ अदरक भी डाल देंगे और उसको पिएंगे, उसको बोलेंगे जिंजर टी, राइट? तो उनको चाय का कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत ज्यादा पता नहीं था। तो जो उनको पता नहीं था उसको समझाना इजी था मेरे लिए। तो इसीलिए जब हम वहां पे गए तो वहां पे हमें ट्रैक्शन मिला। एंड मोस्टली हम लोग जो भी कपड़े पहन रहे हैं या फिर जो भी स्टाइल फॉलो कर रहे हैं, मोस्टली कम्स फ्रॉम वेस्ट। सो फ्रॉम देयर वी सॉ दैट कि हाँ, हम लोग जो ट्रेंड फिर इंडिया में पिकअप हुआ, नाउ वी हैव 70% बिजनेस कमिंग फ्रॉम इंडिया, बट यूएस remains one of our primary markets which we have cracked. We were in top 10 brands. One of the reasons why we also cracked, and it was also our ego, थोड़ा ego पे भी hurt हो गया था। दुनिया की नंबर 1 ऑनलाइन हर्बल टी कंपनी जो है उसका नाम है पक्का, पक्का हर्ब्स। अभी दे हैव जस्ट कम टू इंडिया, इट्स अ यूनिलीवर नाउ, बट पहले वो अपना इंडिविजुअल चलाता था यूएस में और यूरोप में। पक्का हर्ब्स के वेबसाइट पे अगर आप जाओगे उसमें लिखा होगा वी, द नेम पक्का मीन्स ट्रस्ट इन संस्कृत। वो यूएस की कंपनी है, उसने लिखा हुआ है नेम पक्का मीन्स ट्रस्ट इन संस्कृत। हम बोले हैं, वी सेल इंडियन ऑथेंटिक टीज ब्रॉट फ्रॉम द लैंड ऑफ आयुर्वेदा, ये उन्होंने लिखा हुआ है। And there was no company in top 20 which was selling actually Indian Ayurvedic teas to US consumers. And how much they were doing? They're doing about 200 plus crores. हम लोग को समझ नहीं आ रहा था क्यों भाई, मतलब बिकॉज इंडियन कंपनीज व्हेन दे गो देयर, इतना ब्रांडिंग इतना चीप लगने लगता है, उनको लगता है ये इंडिया से आया है। एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी ब्रॉट अ चेंज। अगर आप लोग कभी भी, आपके पास चांस हो, अभी कभी ब्लिंकिट से ऑर्डर कीजिए या फिर अमेजोन से ऑर्डर कीजिए या फिर हमारे वेबसाइट से ऑर्डर कीजिए, यू विल सी नाउ मैं बेच रहा हूँ, ठीक है? प्लीज ऑर्डर कीजिए। अगर आप ऑर्डर करोगे आपको एक चीज दिखेगी, वी हैव कंसिस्टेंट ब्रांडिंग, एक ऐसा ब्रांडिंग जो अमेरिकन एंड यूरोपियन प्रोडक्ट्स एंड उनके मार्केट्स एंड उनके ब्रांड्स को चैलेंज कर सकता है। वी कम एज अ मॉडर्न ब्रांड टू टेक द इनकम्बेंट मार्केट फ्रॉम अ स्मॉल प्लेयर फ्रॉम इंडिया हु इज अ इंसर्जेंट। मैं आऊंगा और आपको डिसरप्ट करूंगा बिकॉज वी आर बेटर। एंड दैट्स द काइंड ऑफ माइंडसेट वी वेंट विथ। We brought down some of the biggest players there, and we brought down one of the biggest players of India to become India's number 1. And that's what you can do also. Whenever you plan export markets, you have to remember one thing. One, that packaging and branding needs to be very, very proper. But second, provide them something which they can find unique, कुछ नया, कुछ अलग, तभी जाके आप बेच पाओगे आप यूएस या यूरोप में. I think that you need to remember. But anyway, that was my time. मेरा नाम सुनील साहा है. Hopefully आप लोग बहुत ज़्यादा सोए नहीं होगे. And hopefully you like the journey of Vishkanya to India's #1 brand. Thank you so much. Any questions? I would love to answer now, or I am here. Anyway, आप लोग पूछ सकते हो. Anyone have a question? Okay, yes, we have a question. ठीक है. Sir, can I answer the question now? Vinod sir? आप तो पूरा ही बेचना चाहते थे. Okay, so this is Blue Tea's Ayurvedic one. We grow with about 600 farmers. पहले 5 farmers के पास हम जब गए थे, तो उन्होंने हमें ये बताया था कि यार हम फूल क्यों उगाएं. पॉइंट ही क्या है, हम लोग फूल तो उगाते हैं, लेकिन बट इंडिया डिड नॉट हैव अ प्रॉपर ड्राइंग मैकेनिज्म. तो 5 फार्मर्स के साथ जब हमने काम करना स्टार्ट किया था, एक एवरेज फार्मर, आप विश्वास नहीं करोगे, 4,500 रुपये महीने कमाता है. एवरेज फार्मर, छोटा फार्मर जो होता है, 4,500 महीने का, दैट मीन्स साल का 50,000. एंड दैट इज वाई दे कम टू नोएडा फॉर वर्किंग एट 11,000 दिहाड़ी. एंड वी सॉल्व दैट. कुछ कानपुर में कुछ किसान थे, उनके साथ हमने पहले 5 के साथ काम किया था, और वहां से वो इतना ज्यादा मूवमेंट बढ़ा कि आज एक ही गांव में करीब 70 किसान है who are doing that. So one part which we are doing on that side, we grow without fertilizers. Our tea bags are without plastic. We use corn starch. Our products, nutritional benefit wise, with green tea and blue tea, we are way above. Antioxidants से लेकर सारे riboflavonoids and everything, we are way above. In terms of कैफीन, वी आर 0 कैफीन. सो दैट मीन्स आपको कैफीन से क्या मतलब है कि इसका मतलब है ग्रीन टी आप दिन में 2 ही बार पी सकते हो, ब्लू टी आप कई बार पी सकते हो. सो दैट इज समथिंग which is the difference. Second, one of the main thing जो ग्रीन टी में प्रॉब्लम है, which is taste. यहाँ पे मोस्टली men don't like to have it because कड़वा है तो क्यों ही पीना है, क्या जरूरत है सुबह सुबह मूड खराब करने का. आई थिंक दैट वी हैव सॉल्व्ड विद आवर ब्लू टी बिकॉज इट इज एटलीस्ट नॉट बिटर. और अगर कॉमन सेंस भी आप देखोगे, भंवरे जो होते हैं, दे कैन नॉट बी मार्केटेड. द बीज सिट ऑन फ्लावर्स, दे डोंट सिट ऑन लीव्स. Green tea is made out of leaf, blue tea is made out of flowers. So these are things which are there. Of course, health benefit wise, there are multiple things. We work with about 30 herbs and we blend it to make them perfect for all across consumers. So that's what, अगर आप में से किसी को भी कुछ भी order करना हो तो definitely. Anything else? Yes. Sir, we call it butterfly pea. We work with multiple flowers. We have butterfly pea which we grow in UP, Bengal, Maharashtra. We have lavender which we grow in Kashmir. We have chamomile which we grow in Uttarakhand. So we have multiple host of flowers which we grow and blend it with a lot of herbs. Yes, anybody else? Yes. It's a very good idea. Probably a sub brand, definitely. Why not? I am also writing a book. उसमें शायद मैं जरूर include कर सकता हूँ. अगर मेरा book अगर थोड़े time में आ जाए तो please खरीद लेना. That is what I am definitely selling. Yes.
How did you go about sourcing ingredients locally for the business, and what should someone keep in mind when they're tackling farmers or local suppliers?
One of the toughest thing is dealing with people who are at the lower strata. कल हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, we were talking with my own team also. I'll just take an extended answer to this. We have a team of about 100 people. About 70 of them are in packaging level. Packaging level, the salaries are about 10 to 15,000 rupees only. Okay. You know what motivates them? You know what? One of the strangest thing which motivates people who are at that level is the founder goes to them, pats them on their back, sits with them, eats with them, from their thali. It is a story of lifetime for them. And that is what we have felt with farmers also. I and Nitesh went to UP farms. Those were guava farms before they were blue tea farms. Okay. So there are guavas, about 100 guava trees which are there. Each guava tree produces about 100 kilos of guava. Guava in Kanpur sells at about 1 rupee per kilo. 1 rupee, which you buy for 60 rupees per kilo in Delhi market. But these are GMOs, those are real. But those guavas don't have shelf life, so that's why they can be destroyed in 2 days without any cold storage. But now what happens is butterfly pea, the farms which we have are now below the guava trees, and it is across. Okay. When we started getting into that side of dealing with farmers, we started telling them, okay, you need to pluck them in the morning 6 to 9 and dry them. That was a new process. India is a fresh herb country. We are blessed with sun. We are blessed with a temperature where all the veggies grow, and we don't know what to dry. Ginger is not dried. We don't use onion and garlic powder, which are very common in pastas. We don't do that. Why? Because we are a country where हर सब कुछ fresh डालो ना. धनिया पत्ता एक दिन पुराना भी use नहीं करते हम. रोज नया ले लेते. And that is the kind of thing. So we needed to teach Indian farmers how to dry. And that was a major supply chain issues which we found. And that we have cracked. And that's why when we are going to the world now with a packaging which the world understands, दुनिया को वही चाहिए which is similar to what last time, which is they wanted tea bags. They wanted tea bags, but with new herbs, with new taste, and that's what we provided. So that's a difficult, broken, or new supply chain which we created. And when we created that, we knew that it's very difficult to build. So probably a new player or incumbent player can only buy me. He cannot create this supply chain very easily because it's just too much hard work for a small amount of money. So that's the kind. So that's why we are consistently growing. In 2011, 2020, 21, 22, we grew about 5 times in these 3 years. In US, we were doing 1 crore and then 10 crores. So that's like 10x jump. So in India also, we have seen the 5x jumps. And probably that has been consistent. In last 3 years also, we have been growing 100% CAGR every year. And one of the reasons is our farmers are strong, our supply chain is strong, our branding is something which people love, and the products are something which can be kept on dining table and kitchen shelf. See, the problem of green tea, and it's one that it is personal, something when you, पहली बात तो जब आप table पे रख देते हो, a lot of people say green tea पी रहा है तू. So the people start commenting on that, and it becomes, and the packaging is not that great that you have to keep it in front. So these are things which we have sorted so that, probably people can still buy that. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, time is over. Yeah. So we mostly it is women because women care about themselves more. Sir, लड़कों को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा, पेट निकल रहा है, कुछ भी हो रहा है. We are into weight loss थोड़ा ज़्यादा. तो मतलब I maintain, but there are a lot of men who don't care. ठीक है, थोड़ा सा दाने निकल गए तो क्या? But women, I think that's what are 18 to 23 is 30% of our total audience. So that's the kind of demographics which we have, and of course we have. Sir, we are surprised that third biggest market is UP. यूपी में सर कानपुर गोरखपुर से ऑर्डर आ रहा है. रीजन इज कि वहाँ पे सर लड़कियों को जैसे ही थोड़ा सा अगर थोड़ा मोटापा आ जाए तो उनके फादर या उनके भाई उनको जिम नहीं भेज देते. वो लोग बोलते हैं बेटा घर पे कुछ शुरू कर दो, एंड द वेट लॉस जर्नी स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम देयर. सो वी आर गेटिंग टू tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, anything. So that is so it's a product which is being accepted. So that's what I can say.
We do not want Sunil ji to stop, but let's,
Thank you so much.
have a big round of applause for Sunil ji. It was a fantastic session. And please wait. It gives me, motivation and inspiration to actually have maybe a couple of hour session with you for many of our entrepreneurs. So I'm going to invite our chairman, Mr. Prahlad Kakkar, to give you this small token of gratitude and thank you to you for coming here today and sharing your story with us. Please. So here's a small token for you, Sunil ji.
I need the photograph, please.
So thank you. Thank you, Sunilji. And now, Bhumika, can we move on to the next speaker for the day? It's my request that in the interest of time, I would request our speakers to please stick to the slot time given so that we can hear all of them, because we have some wonderful speakers today and we would like to give enough time to all of them. So Bhumika, next, please.
Thank you so much, Sunil sir. We now move to our next speaker. In the audience, we have Mr. Divij Bajaj. He is the CEO and co-founder of the brand Power Gummies. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. It was a lovely speech before me, so I don't know if I can keep up to that pace. But, as they say, necessity is the mother of all invention. In my case, it was my mother who was the reason for this innovation. So, मेरी मम्मी को pills लेना बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं था. She used to hate pills. कुछ भी अगर वो गोली की फॉर्म में आ रहा है तो for her it was a medicine जो डॉक्टर लिख के देगा और जब तक डॉक्टर लिख के देगा वो लेंगी. तो अगर बैक पेन के लिए if it is a calcium that you have to take or a D3, then it is only till the time doctor is saying. तो वो जो prescription के third column में डॉक्टर ने लिखा है for 7 days, for 14 days is what we're gonna take, which was a very interesting habit that I realized कि instead of being preventive care, which nutraceutical ideally should be, India में it is cure. तो हम D3 कमर दर्द होने के बाद लेंगे, लेकिन पहले नहीं लेंगे जिससे कमर दर्द ना हो, which was the reverse in the West. And I said, why this is happening? Why do I have to crush pills, add it into honey and give it to my mom ताकि उनको ये ना लगे कि वो दवाई खा रही हैं? And how do we create this into preventive care instead of this being a cure medicine? And then I realized that the biggest thing that India has is that we think as a psychological barrier that anything that comes in the form of pill is a medicine. And to break that, we have to do something, some innovation that this changes. And then a eureka moment happened. I remembered a brand, if I can change. All of you know this brand, it's called Calcium Sandoz. कौन साला Calcium Sandoz से पहले calcium की tablets दे रहा था बच्चों को? आपको पता भी नहीं होगा कि calcium tablet का कोई brand भी होगा बच्चों का. But the moment you convert it into a chewable toffee, which everybody can enjoy, and for you it is like a chewable toffee that has calcium, we all have had it, we have all heard about this. And I took inspiration from the same eureka moment and I thought कि कुछ ऐसा करते हैं nutraceutical में, where we break this barrier that everybody has and make nutraceutical fun. So I started to work on options, looked for other alternatives, and then I discovered that there's a new technology for gummies which is pectin based, which makes it vegan, unlike जो पहले gelatin वाली gummies चलती थी. And because it is now based out of pectin, it is very light, and now the technology allows you to put a lot of vitamins and minerals into it. So I really loved the idea. I thought, let's take this ahead. And in November 2018, with some of college interns, because of course you have limited budgets when you start, you cannot hire actual employees. So 5-6 college interns के साथ मैंने November 2018 में brand start किया, which we today know as Power Gummies. And since then, we started to take off with the journey. Since we had limited budgets, we thought that the only way to go around and the best way to go around is influencer marketing, because that's the fastest way and the quickest way of explaining what your brand wants to do to the people, from the people that they like to hear. So we started to work upon, paddle upon influencer marketing, and that's where the growth journey began. But since today I've been invited to share the export journey, so I'll quickly take up this part. And since November 2018, we quickly started to amplify the growth. We started to build more and more products. We started with hair and nail gummies. We started to amplify influencer marketing. Eventually, we got Shraddha Kapoor as a brand ambassador. And by the year 2023, we were doing 3.2 crores a month in terms of sales. To quickly explain you, after this, when we had all internal targets achieved, we thought let's get into other nutraceutical formats as well. And that's where we started to launch new and new variants in the portfolio. To give you a quick cap on what we do, today, it's not just gummies. We have tablets, we have serums, we have drinks. In terms of gummies, we have hair and nail gummies, that is our signature, which is clinically proven to give you 22% hair growth acceleration and 65% hair fall reduction in 90 days of consumption. तो अगर आपको hair fall या hair growth की कोई भी tension है, आपको एक tasty gummy खानी है 90 days तक, and it is clinically proven to give you results. Similarly, we have a sleep gummy, which is one of my favorite. अगर आपको कभी भी कुछ सोने में problem आ रही है, you just need to have one gummy. It's melatonin based and gives you a very nice relaxed sleep. Then we have a weight management gummy that helps you manage your weight. And Shilajit gummy, which is now a global innovation, because it was very difficult to sell Shilajit in its pure form because it is very difficult to consume. We translated it into gummy. We put some adaptiveness ka tadka into it, and we took it global. And globally now you see it's one of the highest charting products in the nutraceutical segment. So other than that, we do tablets, the nutraceutical tablets for liver detox, multivitamin him, her, etc. We do serums. We do serums for hair. We do serums for skin. And the best one that we do is collagen, which is again one of my favorite. And I think the gold that nutraceutical has. Collagen we do unflavored, we do flavored, so you can enjoy drinks tasty way and have your daily collagen. Skipping all of that and coming to the export journey, after all of our internal goals, we understood that now is the time that we have to move forward and look for the export markets so that we also go outside. So we were very confused because this was the first time we were doing that. How do we do it? First thing that we started to do was understand the demographics. Like sir asked as a question, hame lega kaun? I mean, whom do we go? Who will we buy? Kaun sa format kaun kharidega? So we started to narrowing down everything, started to use my IM learnings and started to figure which age group, which format, which country, which demographic is going to take it. Once we had that chart, we had the list of about 7-8 countries that we wanted to go in. After that, we thought कि इसको कैसे narrow down करें, तो we started to see कि कहाँ पे treaties हैं. कुछ हमें अगर export benefits हैं, कुछ अगर treaties हैं, कुछ अगर में incentives हैं that the Indian government is providing, and I was surprised to see that India in the last 5 years has done a fabulous job. We have treaties with so many countries, and globally, if you see, like sir said, now we have so many people exporting, is because that the whole ecosystem is being created around it. And I truly agree with Vinod sir that this is the time to catch the bus, otherwise we are going to miss the bus. So I would really encourage all of entrepreneurs to understand what Indian government is providing in terms of schemes, MOFI, MSME. There are a lot of people there are a lot of organizations like APIDA, which are providing you global participation into various exhibitions at a very reasonable price if you are a startup registered with the Startup India. Along with that, a big thanks to India SME Forum because they have been leading a lot of initiatives like these. Last year itself, there were a lot of programs to take you global. I was also scheduled to go Italy, but unfortunately, fortunately, I would say there was something in the family and I had to skip it. But a big kudos to India SME Forum as an organization for bringing all of that. So once we narrowed down which countries we have a treaty with, we realized that UAE would be the perfect market because it has global population there. It will be a nice market for us to do A/B testing. Population is small, but no worries. At least हमें पता लग जाएगा कहाँ हम बेच सकते हैं, कैसे बेच सकते हैं. So we narrowed down UAE, and there is, just to share the information, there is also a trade treaty between India and UAE, and there is only 5% duty, unlike all the other countries and all the other duties that happen. When you export, of course, it's free in UAE, but when you import, it's only 5%. So we thought that UAE is something that we can put a pedal on and start as A/B testing. Limited budget tha, we only went online. We put a local 3PL partner that could have the products in the warehouse in UAE and supply it to them because we realized even in UAE, it's same like India that people are habitual of one-day delivery. So ऐसा नहीं कर सकते कि हम इंडिया से ऑर्डर लें और उनको डिलीवर करें. हमें वहीं पे एक लोकल पार्टनर रखना पड़ेगा, उससे डिलीवर करना पड़ेगा. Once we had narrowed that down, we copy pasted same thing that we were doing in India. We did influencer marketing in Dubai. The only change we did was we realized that there, instead of Instagram, TikTok has a better user base, a better time spent. So वही चीज जो हम यहाँ Instagram पे influencer marketing से कर रहे थे, हमने UAE में वो TikTok के साथ करी. Same channels, Amazon, Noon, and our own website with influencer marketing on TikTok, which eventually scaled, and we realized that this is the playbook that we have to copy paste and take globally onto different countries. Very simple strategy. This is the small experience that we have from the exports, but we had two major learnings. One is that, just like my co-speaker said, that you need to put something new on the global platform. I call it adaptivity tadka. So something that has a value addition that brings eye rolling when you go to West or any other country in the world. To give you an example, like Shilajit has been a very difficult ingredient to consume, but the moment you make a tasty gummy out of it, it becomes a global product. Another famous example is turmeric milk. Now, turmeric milk, haldi wala doodh, hum sab khate hain, hum sab peete hain, sorry. And it's a very common product. Now, how do you take it global? The best way to put adaptive tadka and take haldi milk outside, one of the best example is turmeric latte. And you can see how much it is being sold outside. Same thing, just adaptive tadka to bring it outside. Second learning that we had was that it is very essential to participate into global events that happen. And that depends on what category you are selling. There are a lot of events that happen because that is where you get buyers. Some will click, some will not click. We participated in Sial Paris, nothing clicked. But then we participated in Gulf Food and we got partners to launch in UK. So then last year in October, proud to share that we have launched in UK with Nutrabiotics Limited as a JV by the name of PowerChew. So the same products that you love here are launched in UK as a JV format by the name of PowerChew. So these are two lessons, and I will cut short everything else to quickly get to the closure and just put an end by saying that when Indian entrepreneurs think global, they don't just build companies, they build nations' identity. Every product we export is a story of India told to the world. Let's make those stories unforgettable. Thank you. Anybody has any questions? Happy to answer. Sorry? CBD is quite an action, sir, but the only unfortunate thing is that we still have clauses that restrict us from selling it in India. I know last year Ayush has allowed it as Vijaya extract, and there are brands that are coming. We did not venture into CBD gummies, but we are exporting it to UK. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, absolutely. Especially in Canada. Canada, Netherlands is the highest selling gummy. Thailand also, right? पावर गमी तो अलग अलग चीजें हमारे पास न्यूट्रोसूटिकल पोर्टफोलियो में गमीज का 18 मंथ्स है जो पाउडर हम करते हैं उनका 24 मंथ्स है टैबलेट्स का 24 मंथ्स है डिफरेंट शेल्फ लाइफ्स हैं बट मिनिमम 15 to 24 months is the shelf life that we have. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Not a DHA, but we did require a municipality license. So just to give you a difference, we don't fall under the pharma category. We fall under the nutraceutical category. There's a very thin line, but nutraceutical, you're allowed to sell under the food category itself. So the only thing that you need is the municipality license, except for Shilajit. Shilajit is classified under pharma. For that, you need a clearance under the pharma category. Yeah, so we typically don't have a calcium D3 variant. We do have it, but in the juniors category. Junior category, we have not launched in the UAE yet. Sorry. The extract weight is different, sir. Main primary ingredient to make the gummy is pectin. So pectin, active ingredients are different in different compositions, sir. Like in sleep, we add melatonin and camouflage extract. In hair, we add biotin, zinc, folic acid, and about mushrooms we are not doing yet. Yes, especially lion's mane extract. but mushrooms we are not doing yet. We do have an export inquiry, so we are producing a B2B version for them. If it gets approved, we'll be doing an export version of it. Yes, sorry.
Hi, hi. What about clinical trials? You guys are doing clinical trials in each batches of this power gummies?
So clinical trials are not for each batches. Then it will become very expensive because each clinical trial costs 15 to 20 lakh, but it's for the composition. Once the composition is freeze, then you keep copy pasting all the batches.
In different batches, if you are changing the composition.
No, we
then
don't
what-
change that. So there's one composition that we make, we get that clinically tested. Once we have clinical trials on the composition is frozen. Then we only manufacture basis that composition, then we do lab testing कि वो same composition है कि नहीं, same label parameters है कि नहीं. If it is same label parameters, it goes through, otherwise we cancel the whole batch.
And what about raw material qualification? Like when you are finalizing the composition, you are procuring the same raw materials and you are validating it so that your clinical trials result will be same.
Of course. So what happens is, with the kind of extracts that we deal with, इनमें एक term है which is potency level. So
yes,
when we
I'm
take,
scientist by profession.
yes, of course, so you understand.
Understand potency level.
तो हम potency level के basis पे fix कर देते that this ingredient we are taking at 70% potency. That is how we fix the composition. Once the composition is frozen, we do clinical trials and then we just replicate that whole formulation. तो अगर कभी कोई change भी होता है, that supposedly biotin we are buying from X, now we have to buy from Y, we have to make sure that the potency level and the COA is same. तो certificate of analysis उसका trace कर लेते हैं जो हमने freeze किया है versus जो new वाले का आया है. If the parameters are matching is when it gets changed. Otherwise, the suppliers, the ingredients, the brands that we take in terms of raw material supplies stay constant.
कभी आपको ऐसा challenge हुआ? Right. Supplier has given you a COA, but when you are testing in your own lab, the results varies.
Of course, ये तो see, I think that's a global problem and internationally everybody would be facing that. क्योंकि if you have 10 people, you'll always find one smart person who wants to use some shortcuts. So of course ऐसा होता है, but that's why we have testing parameters and we have systems and processes to make sure कि ऐसा कोई एक भी गलती हमसे ना हो, and we are doing a consistent job in delivering.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Divijji. I'm sure there are many questions. So Divijji is going to be around and he'll be available to answer some more questions on the sidelines. Divijji, I'm going to request you to please come here so that Prahlad does not have to, step up on the, yeah. So please, may I please request from here? May I request Bajalia sir and PK sir both to please say thank you on behalf of India SME Forum to Divij. So a big round of applause for Divij ji.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Devis sir, for joining us today. We have our next speaker, Mrs. Anu Bharadwaj, founder of the brand Dev Herbs. Please join us on the stage, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Me and my husband both belong to the families of middle class salaried people. No one in our families had ever done any kind of business. I am MSc, B.Ed, and was a biology teacher in a school. My husband is an engineer, and his last job was with Reliance. We always believed in a natural and holistic approach towards our well-being. We dislike using modern medicines and like to use herbal remedies to treat small ailments in my family, and also to enhance our health and energy. We believed and experienced the power of simple kitchen herbs like haldi, adrak, kali mirch, dalchini, dhania, ajwain, hing, kesar, saunf, kadi patta, til, rai, garam masala, lal or hari mirch, etc. We discovered that these simple things go a long way in preventive health care and also to treat various ailments, as most of medical conditions arise from the deficiency of some or other vitamins or minerals, antioxidants, omega or fatty acids, etc. For instance, major cause of hair fall is just deficiency of zinc, iron, vitamin D, etc. No amount of hair treatment can improve the quality of hair. Just a good diet is sufficient. Just a good diet, good digestion, and healthy gut bacteria can keep away most of the health issues. But in today's busy life, it is a challenge to make benefits of all the herbs, as various traditional formulas to treat various health conditions may require mixture of many herbs. Taking herbs or herbal powders orally or applying paste, etc., is quite a task. So we studied and discovered essential oils, which are just a sense of a part of plants like leaves, root, bark, flowers, etc. We found that it is the best way to get the benefit of a herb. Essential oils can be ingested in small amount as they are very potent, applied on skin to get absorbed, or just be inhaled to get benefit of herb. We discovered this was a very easy task to get healed and medicinal properties, to get the medicinal properties from any herb, as essential oils are very concentrated and give instant results. However, 15 to 20 years ago, it was very difficult to find pure essential oils in India, as most all the brands in the market were just selling synthetic mixed oils with artificial fragrance. So we started searching for and found authentic manufacturers to for, manufacturers of pure essential and carrier oils world over, and started making essential oil blends for our use. As it happens, soon we were also making it for our friends and family. Everybody who used our oils and blends experienced immense therapeutic benefits. Word of mouth spread it in our little social circle, and we started getting demand for our oils and blends. We realized that it can be a good business opportunity, but both me and my husband had a middle class salaried state of mind. As told earlier, no one in our respective families was ever in any kind of business. Money was an issue. We did not have enough money to start a business. But anyway, we said, Jai Bajrang Bali, and took the plunge. In 2011, we left our respective jobs and formed a company and named it Dev Herbs, meaning herbs of God. We began selling by word of mouth, but we had no budget to advertise. So we started contacting prospective customers over phone or by visiting them. Our lucky break came when Flipkart was formed and we started e-commerce in 2013. It was a revolution for someone like us who had product but owned no shop. We could now set up virtual shop for free and display our products to anybody visiting Flipkart at zero cost. We listed our oils on Flipkart and to our amazement started getting orders. Me and my husband would pack and dispatch orders, and soon we learned terms like chartered accountant, tally, sales tax, TDS, etc. Anyway, to cut the story short, Amazon was launched and it took our business to another level. We hired employees and listed on other e-commerce sites also. Amazon was God sent. Someone from Amazon called us and asked us, why don't you sell on international Amazon sites like Amazon.com and start exporting? Thank you. We thought it would require a lot of money. And what about regulations? No, he said, just take IEC number and you can start exporting in small way by India Post. He directed us to India Post International Post Office near Bal Bhavan at Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg, where Mr. R.K. Sharma of India Post taught us how to ship an international parcel. Later, Mr. Vineet of Goltakhana also helped us a lot to this respect. As we went forward, various Amazon officials made us list on Canada, UK, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Japan, Australia, Singapore, etc. In this regard, Amazon officials like Mr. Gurpreet Malik, Ms. Aishwarya Saikam, Mr. Sarvanan, Mr. Balaji, Mr. Shashank Shekhar, Ms. Rhythm Arora, Ms. Hetal, Ms. Saroj, and Ms. Megha helped us a lot. Going forward, we started shipping by other international shipping partners like UPS. Here also we were taught a lot by Miss Betty and Mr. D. Dipankar. By God's grace, we have now served over 4 million customers in over 140 countries. I would like to share 4 key learnings of mine, more so in terms of export. First, do not be daunted by big picture and big tasks. Just take small goals and take small step at a time. God will come in someone's form and show you the way, show you the goals, and help you achieve it. Second, honesty is the best policy. Honesty pays. It makes you rich. Customers do free advertising for honest products and become repeat customers. Just sell what it says on your label. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what customer wants. Third, in today's automated world, Just be available or have a knowledgeable person available on phone, WhatsApp, mail, or customer care. It can move mountains, let me tell you. It is the best investment you can make towards your business. A customer wants to talk to a person who knows about the product he is wanting to buy. It makes them more confident and comfortable about buying. Put forth as much knowledge as you can about your product category. Give knowledge to customer. It may not always give you immediate sales, but you come across as a learned person or company. One day that customer will buy from you. And fourth, sell and list on as many markets and countries as you can. You will be surprised to find that some products which are failure in some markets will be star sellers on another. If some market lets you down, other will prop you. It's just like hedging your bets. To conclude, I would want to say, सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, इस दुनिया में 200 कंट्रियां और भी हैं, तीही जिंदगी के नहीं ये फजाएं, यहाँ सैकड़ों कारवां और भी हैं, कनात ना कर आलमे रंगो बू पर, चमन और भी हैं, आशियां और भी हैं. Don't be contented with just selling in India. There are other countries as well. तू शाहीन है, परवाज है काम तेरा, तेरे सामने आसमां और भी हैं. You are a falcon, your task is to fly. There are other skies to fly in as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Prahlad sir and Pajalia sir to please give away a small token of our appreciation to ma'am. Thank you so much. We now move to a fireside chat on the topic Roadmap to Reach $200 billion in E-commerce exports by 2030. Joining us today, we have Mr. Srinidhi Kalvapudi, Head of Amazon Global Selling India, and Mr. Vinod Kumar, President, India SME Forum. Please join us and welcome on the stage.
Hi, I'm back on the stage. But, you know, we have the unique opportunity. In the morning, I was talking to you about this. Sunil talked about this. I mean, most of the people are talking about how Amazon is actually enabling businesses that want to go global. And we have the top man from Amazon Global who is here. So Srinidhi basically heads the entire Amazon Global Selling Program. He has been with Amazon since 2016, and we are now looking at his guidance, his vision for all of us on how to be able to focus on global exports. सुबह से हम लोग ने बात करी कि भाई ग्लोबल जाना important है. अब ग्लोबल जाना अगर important है तो उसमें क्या क्या elements हैं? We'll have a short conversation with Srinidhi and we'll get some answers from him. So, you know, सुबह से we had a couple of discussions, Srinidhi. Right. And we also had Sunil talk about, you know, the fact that he only does business online. He has not gone into the offline mode today, right, as of yet. And he's looking at a 50 crore top line today, only on e-commerce. Now, on one side, you have this promise that you go online and there could be a huge degree of success that you'll get. But then we also have a lot of people who try and say कि मेरे से नहीं हो रहा, but कैसे करूं, कहाँ करूं? I mean, there's so many buts a lot of people have. The reason why we bring a lot of people on the stage who have been successful is so that they can share their failures as well as their successes. But do you feel this is a real scalable opportunity for micro and small entrepreneurs from India?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that's a great question. And first of all, thank you for, having me here. Let me sort of, try and break that, question down, right? Let me first start with the numbers, right? Incidentally, this is our 10th year of inception. 2015 is when Amazon Global Selling started. Instantly, this is our 10th year. I think uske liye to taaliyan banti hain, right? And cumulatively, we have enabled around $13 billion in exports so far, right? And one of our pledges to the government also is that by 2030, we are going to enable cumulatively $80 billion in exports, right? However, the numbers is one thing. लेकिन जैसे आपने point out किया, is it really a good opportunity or not, right? And so this is the way that I would look at it. And if you take a step back, see, any business, if you take, it's essentially an exercise in value creation, right? And so what is the value here? So, and there are 4 things, that I would tell anybody, right? One is, do you have the right product or not, right? That is the most important thing because, and the right product in the context of cross-border business, right? Because, essentially, why would somebody, a foreigner, sort of buy products from India, right? So, that has to mean something. So India has a lot of, export strengths in, traditionally has a lot of conventional export strengths, let's say in cotton-based home textiles, right? In cotton-based apparel, in home decor. And, we just heard about, Ayurveda and, health and personal care and, stuff like that. So it is very important to realize that, these products actually find a lot of traction on worldwide marketplaces, right? On .com, on EU, on MENA, and, so on and so forth. So the first thing would be product, ensure that, you have the right product. A lot of people don't realize India's strengths. And a lot of people think that, yaar, mere paas jo hai, main wo bechunga. But, unfortunately, it does not work that way. You really need to match, our strengths to, what is actually being demanded there, right? So that is one. The second one I would say is having the right intent, right? Because unfortunately, a lot of the times what people end up also doing is that, yaar, try karke dekhta hu. Let me, send a couple of products and see how it's going to work out, right? Unfortunately, that does not work in the long term, right? Having the right intent in terms of having a plan, it did not be a big plan. I mean, you could say that 50 lakhs this year, that's a plan, right? But, you need to have the right intent, right? The third is, the capability and know-how, which is essentially a lot of people are also under the impression that exports is a beast, that बहुत मुश्किल है ये करना because बहुत सारा compliances होता है, logistics problems होते हैं, बड़े-बड़े containers भेजने पड़ते हैं, and stuff like that, right? Incidentally, e-commerce exports has actually made all of that, a lot easier in terms of, having small shipments, having small order values, and so on and so forth, right? So that's the capability part. And the fourth is having the right know-how, which is using the right data, using the right tools, and being data driven, in terms of guessing the demand, kya karna padega to succeed, and so on and so forth, right? So I have a neat acronym for this. I call it PIC, which is product, intent, capability, and know-how, right? And on the capability and the know-how part, Amazon Global Selling has been doing a lot of work, in terms of creating the right ecosystem for people, right? Making compliance easy, for example, or, making logistics easy, for example, right? Or giving people or giving sellers and, our brands a lot of, self-serve tools, right? Giving them account management support and so on and so forth so that, they can actually succeed, on the platform. So CK हम कर सकते हैं, PA आपको करना पड़ेगा, right? The product and the intent, right? I think that's the thing. See, I think whatever I say here in the next 10 minutes or whatever, I don't think I can say it better than what Ms. Bharadwaj has already said, right? And I think, that's sort of a great template to essentially follow, right? So that is what I would say. Yes, it's a great opportunity. The numbers speak for themselves here. I mean, $13 billion in 10 years, I think it says something, right? And we are very confident of this $80 billion by 2030. However, it is also important to contextualize this in terms of having the right product, having the right intent, make global, an intentional plan of your, overall piece, right? And it is also okay for you to say that, is saal nahi, maybe I look at it 2 years later. That is also fine. But what is not okay is to say that, try karke dekh lete hain without a plan. I think that's the thing. On the capability and the know-how, we are here, right? What we have realized over a period of time is that this journey is not about Amazon Global Selling. It is about our sellers and brands, right? And it is about the right products and the intent that they bring into the table, which will serve our customers worldwide, right?
What you stated earlier, you talked about the fact that, Amazon is looking at an $80 billion target from India by 2030. And the government has set another target, which is $200 billion.
Yes.
See, how do you think the government and the industry can come together to achieve this target overall? What do you think needs to be changed in the frameworks?
Yeah, no, I think great question. I think, obviously this is not a figure that can be achieved by one person in that ecosystem, right? And, everybody has essentially to come together. And, this is the way that I look at it, right? The role, I would see the role of people like Amazon Global Selling, like ourselves, is to, sort of enable the platform, right? And as I said, educate, give the right capability, give the right know-how, etc., right? Which is what, we've been trying to do since the last decade. In terms of the government and, the government, I'm very heartened to see the intent of the government, in terms of, the $1 trillion in exports or the $200 billion in, e-commerce exports, right? In terms of policy enablement, right? Because, and, we have taken all the rights, the government's taking all the right steps because I think it was in 2023 when for the first time, e-commerce exports was actually added as a separate category of exports in the foreign trade policy, right? That actually shows the intent, right?
We also have, by the way, the people that are responsible for making that change. So
wonderful, and I'd like to really thank them for that.
Yeah, you
right?
have Moin sir right there.
Right.
He's the guy and along with his teammates, who's made the change.
Right, right.
The focus on e-commerce export.
Right.
So, the other thing that comes to my mind, we're talking about such a big country, massive numbers of people. For every small business owner here, in the morning I talked about this in my speech that it is imperative for everybody to let go of the cocoon that we are living in and instead look at global markets, because there is a huge opportunity out there and we are not able to figure out, we are getting stuck inside that little cocoon. And so you have 6.5 crore MSMEs and you 1.7 lakh exporters. I mean, the figures are, mind-boggling essentially. But uh, what do you think about um, MSMEs? What is the real upside for them to go global?
Yeah, I mean, again, another great question here. In fact, one of the things that we have been seeing, right, is that this is not necessarily a big brand or big name play, right? In fact, a lot of the, exporters or brands who have made a name for themselves, I would say that, around 70-80% of them are actually MSMEs with us, right? So that's what it actually shows. Secondly, this is not a metro or a tier one city sort of a story. It's a tier two, tier three city sort of a story, right? And so I think MSMEs have a lot to offer here. Uh, See, and I think you also sort of touched upon the domestic market as well. Uh, the domestic market is very robust, no doubt about it. It's growing. We should focus on it, and all of that. But I think we do live in times where everybody should meaningfully, intentionally evaluate, the global opportunity as well, right? Because a lot of the times people don't evaluate it basis their misconceptions in the sense that, यार उस market में growth नहीं होता है, right? या ये ऐसा cross border करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है, right? Now, none of that is actually true. अगर कुछ categories हम देखेंगे, like, toys or, the beauty or, health and personal care, we're talking about they're growing upwards of 15, 20, 25% at that size, right? And, it is very important to realize that more brands every day coming in and, so on and so forth. So it is very important to realize that the 60 to 70% of the people who are doing well with us, right, on Amazon Global Selling actually happen to be MSMEs. And I think it is MSMEs, who have a huge role to play in, taking India to the world, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the mornings, Sunil was talking about the fact that he's able to do, because he's online, so there are no problems in terms of scale. So he's able
Absolutely.
to do 100% CAGR, year after year after year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that could be one of the biggest things. It might be obviously difficult. I was just talking to somebody outside, and she was saying that, I've still not looked at, going online, and I may not understand much. I'm a person who is primarily, a research person, and, I've been working in various companies. Now I started on my own. But I don't think it's very difficult to actually get online.
No, it's not. I think it's more of a mental blocker than anything else, if you ask me, right? It's not. And we also, AGS also, Amazon in general, we also offer a lot of self-serve tools, right?
Yes.
You don't really need, anybody to help you, guide you, you can actually do things yourself, and a lot of self-serve tools and that people use and, succeed. And of course, there is a human interface as well. We are here, we are a large team, we offer the account management support. And as I said, it's not about us, it's about the ecosystem, right? And what we are also doing is, we are also doing a lot of work in terms of developing this third-party ecosystem, which we call the service provider network, right? Where, they actually offer a lot of these services, right? Compliance, logistics, account management, ads management, and, so on and so forth, right? So the real work in terms of setting up the ecosystem, I think, that is what is essentially happening. And, all I would request for everybody here to, just tap into the ecosystem.
Excellent. So, before we go, what are the most potential markets that you find for micro, small, medium entrepreneurs from India, around the world?
Well, I think the rule of thumb always is to go backward from the GDP, right? So the US, of course, continues to be our biggest market, right? I think, and anybody who is serious about exports, I think, US is a market that, everybody should look at, because even today, that remains perhaps the most robust, vibrant, consumerist, sort of a market, right? So US is, that's very important. Followed by Europe, specifically UK, right? Because, there is the English language affinity, so that's great, right? So US and UK, and of course, MENA, right? Which is, your Dubai and, Saudi Arabia. because of, one, of course, it is their robust economies. And two, also that there is a very natural cultural affinity because, there's a lot of Indian diaspora
there,
is
yes,
there, right?
very correct.
So, yeah, so if I were to summarize three markets, I think these would be the three markets to go after.
So now all of you remember the slide we saw in the morning? So we've got the first endorsement from Srinidhi on the slide. So that is the potential market for you. We don't have time for questions in this one, but you'll have the next session where we have a lot of other questions. So thank you very much, Srinidhi.
Thank you very much.
It's really awesome the fact that you came and spent time with all of us. It is really, really awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
So much, sir. I would request Vinod sir to please felicitate Mr. Srinidhi with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. We now move to the panel discussion on the topic, creating a robust ecosystem for e-commerce exports. We bring in our experts from policy, logistics, research, and trade facilitation for a powerful panel discussion on strengthening the MSME e-commerce ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists on the dais. We have Dr. M. Beena, IAS, Additional Secretary and DC, Handlooms from the Ministry of Textiles. Please join us on the stage, ma'am. Next, we have Shri Mohammad Moin Afiq, Joint DGFT. We also have Srimati Manisha Bansal Badal, General Manager, Department of Posts.
Let's all welcome them with a big round of applause because they have taken time out from their extremely busy schedules to be here today.
Up next, we have Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav, Director General from the National Test House. Please give a big round of applause for him. On the panel, we have Ms. Arpita Mukherjee, Professor, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Welcome, ma'am. We also have Dr. Bipin Sapra, Partner, Leader, Indirect Tax and Economic Policy from EY. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Mr. Dinkar Singh, Director, Public Affairs, UPS, Indian Subcontinent. It is my extreme honor to welcome the distinguished panelists. Let us all give them a big round of applause. To moderate the session, we have Mr. Nitin Wali, Board Member of India SME Forum. Please join us on the stage, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Nitin, sir, please.
All right. So good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished panel and participants joining us on this special occasion of the International MSME Day 2025. Today's discussion focuses on a topic that increasingly is extremely vital in our digital-first global economy, right? So the topic is creating a robust ecosystem to boost MSME e-commerce exports. India's MSME sector, as we all know, contributes 30% of our GDP, gives employment to millions. But the one piece that's missing is that we still are not at the cusp of our e-commerce exports. And hopefully today, we have a very distinguished panel of speakers here who would be kind of bringing in their domain expertise across trade, policy, taxation, logistics, international relations, standards, and research. And hopefully this will be a good session. So the way we want to do this is, when we opened up, thoughts around the panel that we're going to have, we got a lot of questions coming in from the community. And what we've done is we've tried to collate some of those questions together so that we could ask our experts here, and hopefully that answers a lot of your queries that have already come in. Post that, we'll keep some time for Q&A, which I'm sure will be well utilized. And of course, in the interest of the fact that we are very, very close to lunch, or actually at lunchtime, we'll try and stick to our time limit as well. So let me start first with you, Mr. Moin Afaq. The first question that has come in is, DGFT has led several policy reforms to facilitate e-commerce exports. Could you walk us through the Foreign Trade Policy 2023 that's enabling MSMEs to go digital globally?
Thank you for a very topical question. So, is my mic on? It's working. So, basically, as part of the departmental targets, India aspires to reach merchandise exports of 1 trillion by 2030. So for that, it's important to look at green shoots, and in this respect, cross-border e-commerce has emerged as a big, important channel for exports. We just have to look across the border at China, which in the previous year had done $350 billion of e-commerce exports, roughly 10% of their overall exports. And when we look at key markets such as the US, China made around more than 1 billion shipments, B2C shipments in the previous year, which has in fact caught the attention of the US policymakers also. So in this, keeping in this line, the Government of India announced the Foreign Trade Policy in 2023, where there was a dedicated chapter on promoting these emerging channels, particularly cross-border e-commerce exports. Since then, there has been an active engagement on various aspects. So, particularly on the banking and finance issues. Thereafter, on the logistics challenges that affect e-commerce. Also on capacity building of traditional exporters, be it artisans, and the tier 2 and tier 3 of India, wherein we believe that there's the enormous potential. So a lot has been done in this period. There has been a general awareness and discussion in the policy circles around cross-border e-commerce. I mean, since last year, we've extended RODTEP and ROSTEL, those kind of remissions to courier exports. Postal exports has gone digital. And as we move forward, there are various other initiatives which are under discussion in collaboration with the Department of Revenue, Department of Post, Department of Economic Affairs, and RBI. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. So I think that was the government view in terms of what is being enabled. Maybe I'll shift to you, Dr. Arpita, and maybe get an academician's view on the same process itself, right? So just wanted to ask you, so based on aqueous research, what is the biggest policy or infrastructural gaps that you see, which is actually hindering MSME's growth and participation in this cross-border e-commerce?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I don't want to take a negative question after Moin, because first of all, that government is doing a lot of things to make it happen, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of policy. Now, but there are certain low-hanging fruits, maybe which we can really look into. One is that better utilization of the railway network. You know, the railway, we can do a lot of long-hanging, long-haul cargo movement, and railway is also a very cheap mode of transportation, but we are not using these fast trains to actually move courier or the small consignment with which MSMEs, especially in the handicraft and other sectors, can benefit. Along with that, there has to be dedicated space and security offered in the railway station. Now, that's kind of an infrastructure issue that I would bring to your notice. Of course, in air side, you will see that the what happens is when a cost of operation is high, when the airport cost of operation is high or the air transport fuel cost of operation is high, it is passed on either to the consumer or to the MSMEs. In this particular case, it is passed on to the MSME. So this is the second point that one needs to think through, that cost we can reduce. We can think about reducing our internal cost to make our logistics more competitive in terms of global trade. The third point is that we are doing a lot in developing all these IT systems. So we have a post IT, we have a this IT, we have a ICE gate, we have a ECCS express ITs, but ITs don't talk to each other. So if you go and say, I'm going to do an express cargo and I need to claim a government benefit, then you will be told that go and do it through the normal ICE gate. So why are we having so many IT systems which are not integrated? India is integrating the IT system of rest of the world, and we are not integrating our own IT system. So therefore, we need to integrate our IT systems. And last but not the least, I and Moin are just back from the paperless trade event. So we now, if we integrate our IT system, legally we are fairly good. If we integrate when I started the ICRIA study, we thought we were legally backward and technically good in IT. But when I completed the study, I found that we are technically backward as being the IT leaders of the world and legally good to go. Now, legally, why we are legally good to go? Because no country has a compliance systems and process in place as we have put in over the last few years. Where the problem lies is that our technical integration has to happen in the domestic market, and then we need to go paperless with trusted trade partners. And if we are making promise to go paperless with countries like Korea, US, UK, and others, which we heard from Amazon that they are the markets, we should not face a problem after we make a commitment in the trade agreement. Therefore, it is very fast. We cannot wait 3-4 years for the IT systems to integrate. We have to take a big step towards that. And that's where I think the Indian industry, it's a public-private partnership, and we have a lot of industry here. Industry needs to collaborate with the government, help them to identify the minor problems and solve it. Not saying that everything is not working. One of the small problems which MSMEs have complained, and that's what I would place, is about the return consignments. And you take a benefit, you export, and then there is a return consignment, or you don't take a benefit and you export, and you take a return consignment. Both rules are very different. So export rules, if they are synergized, the return consignment rules will be synergized. I think we have done a lot, and I think if these are solved, it's a massive, the target set by foreign trade policy is easily achievable.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I think we heard from the government, we heard from academia. I think it's only fair that we get a view from the private sector as well. So maybe the next one is for you, Dr. Saprag. What are the key strategic steps that MSMEs must take to become export ready in the e-commerce space, particularly in strengthening their digital infrastructure, as Dr. Arpita also mentioned, and navigating compliance requirements? And how can these existing bottlenecks be addressed so that our MSMEs can actually be globally competitive, can enter global markets?
Thank you, Nitin. It's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me here. See, we recently did a report on what are the challenges which our SMEs and MSMEs are facing when it comes to e-commerce exports, and how China has done much better in certain areas as compared to India in terms of regulatory and other areas. So I think Moin laid down certain things which the government has done. We have seen export hubs being created in this FTP policy, and a lot of other issues are being solved. The benefits of ROTTEP and ROSCTL are being extended. But there are still a lot of areas which need to be developed from a compliance perspective, which would be needed, and which the MSMEs have to be aware that these would be part of their cost and delivery schedules when they plan for that. So in terms of getting payments, payment reconciliations on the EPD, the RBI portal, and the challenges which are there in terms of exporter on record and seller on record, if they can be segregated, I think the MSMEs would really benefit a lot, and let the professionals handle a lot of their compliance tasks, which normally is burden to the MSME sector. We have then issues where there is a limitation to what the MSMEs can export through the courier. There is a limit of 10 lakhs. We are talking about making it 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs. But why have a limit at all in terms of there? So we may need to build in safeguards out there, which are essential so that the benefits which are there do not get misused, or that the courier doesn't get, the infrastructure doesn't get flooded with the similar things. Then we are looking at the reverse logistics. That's a big piece of the entire e-commerce chain. What happens and how are the goods which are being returned by the final consumers? Today, in all probability, and more likely than not, they become a cost for the exporter, because the cost of getting them back and the procedures of getting them back are not cost effective enough from a perspective. So the whole piece of getting those goods back needs to be worked out, and I think there is a lot of debate and discussion happening. DGFT and Ministry of Commerce are aware, and Ministry of Finance also are aware as to what is required. I think those safeguards would be built in due course, but I'm just saying that today that's a big cost which the MSMEs have to build in. Similarly, there are other issues in terms of payment realization, the time frame. In case the goods are being exported to an export hub, from there the payments are coming up, the time which the payment has to come back has to be 9 months, which effectively should be much more than that, and there can be only a 25% variation. It's an uncertain time in the global trade atmosphere, and so all of those, so a number of regulatory challenges which are there, which the government is looking at, but today the MSMEs have to understand those compliances, those issues when they are exporting, so that they can be prepared for the cost which is coming in. And it's not something which is, they have to be just cognizant of that shouldn't become a sudden cost to them. After that, all of those are possible. I'll stop here and...
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Sapra. So essentially what you're trying to say is that let's not be afraid, let's look at our processes properly and then go forward. All right, thank you. I'll come next to Mr. Dinkar Singh from UPS. So Mr. Singh, from a logistics and policy standpoint, what do you see as the biggest barrier MSMEs face in cross-border e-commerce today?
Yeah, thank you first of all to India SME Forum. And I think half of my issues has already been solved or taken up by Professor Arpita and Dr. Vipin also. From the logistic point of view, it is a good thing that we all are aware of the concerns. Now coming to the logistics barrier, when MSMEs, if you see, they don't have that proper desk where they can handle all the issues related to logistics. Neither they should do. We are here for you. So the first barrier is obviously that they want one solution from the company. A shipment moving from their shipper door, means from their manufacturing plant, to the final destination, to the consumer. So that is the first thing which they look for. Second, which they look for is the predictable cost of logistics. They can predict, or they should know exactly the amount of the logistic cost which they will incur in moving the shipment from their door to the consumer, because that determines also the price of the product. And if that is not predictable, obviously it will hit their profit and margins. So that is predictability of the cost. Third is the track and tracing and visibility of the shipment while it is moving, and a predictable timeline for delivery of the goods. Because the consumers, the customers are demanding. They want their product within a time, and that time should be predictable, which the logistic company should also look for. Then after this, what comes is the duty and taxes at the destination. So that is one of the things that impact their again margin cost. And if they are not aware of that, because that is part of the logistic, the final destination country's duty and taxes. And before that, they should also know their product. Knowing their product means in custom terms or in logistics terms, is the specific HS code, because that determines their duty and taxes. Last, I will say the predictable scenario, the predictable free trade agreement which is being going on, they should look into that also. And the last is the certification and the standards, because there are certification and standards which is required by the importing countries. So if they are aware of those, it will help, it will reduce their returns, with the problem which Dr. Bipin Sapra was also talking about, the whole industry is facing that. So these are one of the things which we should look upon. The logistics player are here to solve your all problems. They are here to support you. And I think if that is taken care of, then we will not say that there is any logistic barrier for exports at present. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think, yeah, we talked about the logistics piece, but I think just before logistics, and I guess part of compliance is also certifications for our products, right? So maybe I'll come to Dr. Srivastav. Dr. Srivastav, for MSMEs looking to export, product quality and certification are key, right? So how is NTH helping small businesses meet international quality and compliance standards, especially in niche sectors?
Thank you very much. First of all, wish you all a happy MSME Day, and thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak here. I come from National Test House, which is from the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, and we always take care that the requirements of all the whole industry, including the MSMEs, is taken care of. Now you are asking about the international export and other compliances which needs to be taken care of. At present, in our National Test House at we have 8 locations. We do get samples wherein compliance as per as the international standards is considered. So I'll cite an example, and then I'll tell you what we are doing. So there was a customer from Germany. They had something being supplied from India, but the quality was not up to the mark. So they wanted us to see whether you can do the compliance as per their standards, of course, as per their compliances. So we were ready to that, and we are trying to explore the possibility. This is just one market. Apart from that, we are already having multiple meetings with, in fact, DGFT also we had a few meetings. So we are trying to have our labs, although we are all NABL certified, and as per APAC and all those compliances, the regulations, the compliance can be accepted. But still there are certain customers which specifically require that it should be accredited to a particular standard. So in our, as I said, we are trying to explore the possibility of having compliances, accreditations, which are specific to a particular country, which are, in fact, if any exporter comes to us and says, this is the compliance which we need, we proactively try to get into touch with the person who is buying, and we get those compliances. In fact, sometimes they can come and visit us and they see whether our labs are competent enough to provide those compliances or not. So from our side, if any such thing comes up, we are readily taking that up. We have no dearth of funds, as somebody was talking about that the whole setup of the government, they are trying to boost this sector. The small MSMEs, we always give discounts or something, whatever, so that I know there are testing needs wherein it is not possible for the industry to set it up the whole, it's a great capital investment. We take care of that. From our side, our investments have, I think, more than 4 times they have gone in the last 2 years, I'll tell you. From the ministry side, we get a lot of funds so that we can do what MSME sector requires. So from our side, it is very clear. If the requirement comes, if anybody writes, even the forum writes to us, we take care of whatever requirements are there, and we try to build our systems as per the requirement of these industries. So that is what we are doing. And if anything else comes up, you can contact me. We'll be more than happy to do that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So I think we heard from UPS also on the logistics piece. Let me now get to India Post and maybe get a question in here. So for Srimati Manisha, India Post plays a vital role in the last mile and cross-border logistics for MSMEs. How are you enhancing your services to support small businesses in rural or semi-urban areas who are trying to enter international markets?
Thank you so much. First of all, a line about the postal network that we have. As all of you are aware, the Indian Postal Network is the largest network in the world with 1.65 lakh post offices. And out of these 1.65 lakh post offices, 1.4 lakh are located in rural areas. And we have 4.17 lakh employees, out of which 2.4 lakh, they are known as the Grameen Dak Sevaks, and they are employed in the rural areas. And to further complement this vast network, we have a robust road transport network, and we have facilitated our Grameen Dak Sevaks with handheld devices, which we call the Darpan devices. So all sort of technological support is given to the MSMEs. And I would also like to bring to your notice that we have set up some centers called the Dak Niryat Kendras, where we especially, as your question is concerned, where we especially facilitate the MSMEs who want to go in for exports, for easy custom clearance, for documentations, logistics sports, or technological sports, or whatever kind of support the MSMEs require. These Dak Niryat Kendras have been set up for this purpose. And as you must have heard in the budget, we shall be setting up rural community hubs where we shall be providing end-to-end support to MSMEs, to all kinds of exporters, from the very beginning to onboarding on e-commerce platforms, marketing of their goods and services, and then facilitating packaging of their goods, pickup of the goods, dispatch, delivery, everything from end-to-end logistics as well as technological support we are going to provide to MSMEs in these rural community hubs. And I will also like to, for MSME, we are already handling a very, very prestigious project called the PM Employment Generation Program. And under this, we have signed an MOU with Khadi Village Industries Commission, wherein we are doing the physical verification of the units for KVIC. As you know, there are many beneficiaries, and it is very important that the benefits of the scheme reach the actual beneficiaries. So our postal staff, our postmen, our inspectors, our marketing executives, they go to the field, they visit the unit, they take a photograph, make a video, interview the employees, and do a comprehensive research on them and upload all these things on the app, so that we actually know that this is the actual beneficiary and the benefits of the scheme are reaching the actual beneficiaries. And we have already, within a very short time, we have already completed verification of 70,000 beneficiaries within a very short period. And second project that we are handling for MSME is the PM Vishwakarma scheme, for which we have booked more than 5 lakh toolkits for Vishwakarma and delivered more than 4.5 lakh toolkits under this scheme. So our staff, our infrastructure is helping and enhancing all these things for MSMEs.
Wow, wonderful. Every time I hear folks from the government come here, or at least autonomous bodies come here and talk about things that are happening, I'm amazed every time. So thank you so much for that. Let me now get to Dr. Beena. Dr. Beena, in the morning we had a session where the president of ISF talked about some of the sectors that we should be looking at in terms of export. Of course, one of the sectors was handlooms, which is very, very prevalent. So related to that, I had a question, since you are the additional secretary there. So how is the Ministry of Textiles supporting handloom MSMEs in strengthening the branding, packaging, and storytelling to align with global consumer preferences and enhancing their product appeal? I know, maybe we think that the product is great, but maybe if the story is not all that great and the appeal is not gelling in with international clients, maybe that's where the disconnect is. Maybe if you could kind of add some value there.
So while the speakers, so far we have talked about regulatory issues, we have talked about logistics issues. Our sector has a different story to say. It is all about capacity building, it's about awareness, it is about hand holding, because we are talking about around 35.2 lakh weavers in India. So the base is so vast, and very few have actually gone into the organized MSME. While everybody is a seller, everybody produces, everybody sells, very few have actually taken a proper, they formed a company or they've taken an entrepreneurship registration. So here the whole issue is with capacity building. So we have an internal, a domestic e-commerce portal. I don't know how many of you have heard of that. It is indiahandmade.com. Now, Amazon, we heard Amazon just now. Normally in e-commerce, the issue is that you purchase something, you don't like it, you return it. So it's a buyer cancellation. Now in this portal, 90% of my cancellation is seller cancellation. Because the weaver has put a picture and he just doesn't, because of his limited raw material access, limited capital, he can't wait for somebody to, like it in the e-commerce portal and buy it. So some other offer comes and he sells it. So that is the reason for my huge cancellation from the buyer side. So facilitating such a group of clientele and handhold them and take them to the next level of export is a very complex task, to put it in a very mild way. So there are two strategies we are now looking at. So one is to enhance the present portal and making it international. So the India Handmade portal is the IT support is being given by the DIC. So we are exploring that on the one side. Secondly, we are asking our export promotion councils to come out with such initiatives. In fact, the EPCH, which is one of the robust export promotion council, because the handicraft export is pretty substantial. So the EPCH, the Export Promotion Council for Handicraft, is coming out with this Bharat Bazaar concept. So whereby they source the items, they transport it, and they give it to the mom and pop stores in the US. It's a small model, not a very big initiative, but if it works, we can further increase. But it is an aggregation model, and the artisan gets paid only when the final delivery is purchased. So there is an issue here, and they are looking at government support, because the artisan to be waiting for his money for this long gestation period, that is a challenge for such a model. So we are working on these models, and as is required, the most important thing for us is to actually reach out to them, teach them, handhold them. So it's a very long and very laborious process that we have in front of us, but it is very important that we conserve. And as of today, my handloom export is mainly daris, home furnishings, and kitchen linen and all that. But there is a huge potential in terms of the different weaves. We have 116 weaves, different types of weaves in India. We have almost some 900 clusters which are doing handloom. So, and especially Northeast, because Northeast, the kind of designs they have, it is, every tribe has got its own motifs and all, which have the export worthiness is so high that we are going to have a separate strategy for the Northeast. So that there's a lot of potential, but it is difficult also. So one last point with regard to the testing and certification, we have something called the handloom mark, which actually says whether something is handloom or not. Now for export, we have a better mark. That is the IHB, India Handloom Brand. Because apart from saying it is handloom, it is also saying something about the quality, about the count of thread that is used, what is the kind of dye, whether it's an azo-free dye that is used, and also a social thing that there's no child labor. So it is a branding which is given by the textile committee. which has got units all over. So it's a long process which requires maybe more of entrepreneurs who are in this room today. I would look forward for them to act as aggregators and handholders. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that excellent response. But just taking in a little bit further from there, I mean, is there an element of sustainability also that's part of the whole, journey that you are undertaking?
So actually that comes into the branding and the storytelling that I forgot to touch. So why we are seeing a reawakening of interest in handloom is because of this element to it. And the entire fashion world and the entire the textile sector is speaking about sustainability, it's speaking about slow fashion, it's speaking about ethical consumption. And it is in this context that handloom, khadi is coming to center stage. Because the sustainability element, the carbon footprint, in fact, we are also thinking of aligning ourselves with the Ministry of Environment because they have something, they're coming with the eco mark. Now, how to get the handloom mark and eco mark, talk to each other and linking. So that is also a work under progress. So the sustainability component of handloom is what we need to market more, and the use of natural fibers, which are mainly used in handloom. So all these are a lot of importance from the sustainability point of view. So it's already there, but it needs to be broadcasted. It needs to be, propagated in the international market. So we are doing some initiatives in that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let me come back to Mr. Moin Rafiq again. If you could just talk about a couple of DGFT initiatives, right? I think you've done a lot of stuff on the online piece itself, right? So you have a Trade Connect portal, you have a EBRC, Exim Pathshala. I think in some way or the other, they're all helping small exporters, right? So if you could kind of elaborate on all of that, maybe that would be very helpful for the audience here.
So in the previous question, we were talking about what has been done, and the response to this one will be a long one because what we aspire to do over the next 1 year odd is quite ambitious. I mean, starting, there are 4 broad buckets. First one being the e-commerce export hub. So again, China is a good example. 165 cross-border e-commerce zones, which account for 95% of their overall e-commerce exports. Now, these zones are supposed to be a one-stop shop wherein you get your logistics support, your certification and regulatory support, as well as any other testing and certification support. So currently we have approved 5 pilots, 2 in the NCR region, 2 in the Bangalore region, and 1 in the Mumbai region. We are working with the Department of Revenue for streamlining some of the customs related regulations and system changes. So in the next 1 quarter odd, we would be going live with these pilots. And as we get a feedback from these pilots, we plan to scale this up with an ambition of at least a couple of dozen such e-commerce export hubs spread across the country. So essentially, this will solve for the problems of the MSMEs in terms of having support on the process of exports so that the SME can focus on the product to be exported. The second bucket is the existing Trade Connect portal, that is trade.gov.in. That has various such support or information just to bridge the information asymmetry in terms of tariff, non-tariff, in terms of global events that are happening, in terms of sharing your own profile so that people who want to source from India, buyers abroad who want to source from India can have a one-place catalog of all sellers in India. There's an Exim Pathshala built in, on which we are collaborating with with WTO ITC to bring in content which is contemporary and in line with the requirements that are evolving. So browse through this website. This has information on questions on tariff as well as non-tariff. Tariff is fairly comprehensive. Non-tariffs is a work in progress. So currently, if you want to import products tested through an electronic process. The labs concerned will onboard, the exporters are already on board Trade Connect, and we'll have all the other facilitating the samplers, etc., onto that platform. We'll start with certain test agencies which are accredited by Spice Board and such boards, and we're going to broad base it. The third bucket that I wanted to bring to attention, sorry, this will be a long one because so this will be the export promotion mission. There's this announcement made in the union budget. The idea is to have an interministerial effort to address the basic issues which were being discussed in terms of inland logistics. Now, exporting from a hilly area, say Uttarakhand and Himachal, is not the same as exporting from Delhi. So can we kind of offset this differential through some kind of support? Support in terms of non-tariff compliances, if there are certifications which have a cost, especially with the growing awareness on ESG, that is environmental and social responsibility. You know that EU has notified the EU deforestation rules or the carbon border adjustment mechanism. So this comes with a cost. And for a developing country, all these certifications make you less competitive. So the government is, has the ambition of supporting some of those costs. In e-commerce particularly, you need to warehouse in advance abroad to in anticipation of your orders. So there's this deliberation that we can support some of, indirectly support warehousing abroad by providing some kind of concessions, etc. Finance is a big issue. Getting finance even if you have the export orders. So there's a larger proposal to provide subvention, to provide support for collateral, because the need for collateral is also constraining when you are approaching a bank for a credit. And lastly, support for market access. That is for SME exporters to visit trade fairs abroad, as well as participate in the reverse buyer-seller meets which happen in India. You may be aware of Bharat Tex, Bharat Mobility. Bharat Tex was a mega event coordinated by the Ministry of Textiles. So going forward, we are proposing that there'll be 16 such events, mega events in India, which will, wherein buyers from the world will come over here, and we strongly encourage that as and when these gets broad-based, you should participate in them, and so that you don't have to go to Gulf food to advertise your products. You should probably, India food should be a better forum. In this, I would also say that India SME Forum can also participate. We are revising the guidelines, which means that, this forum can also probably take a delegation on their own with some support from the government. The last bucket is the Bharat TradeNet, again a budget announcement. While we do claim that a lot of our paperwork is digitized, the shipping bill is not filed on paper, or a lot of these certifications are also done electronically. The larger trade ecosystem is still reliant on paper. If you talk about the bills of lading, if you talk about the invoices and various such documents, there are 30 odd such documents. So the idea is to digitize them. One, to make the process streamlined, simple. Second, so that the documents are easily accessible. And the immediate benefit of that is easy access to trade finance. The more data the bank has, the more number of electronic, data points the bank has, the easier it is for them to make an assessment on a transaction-based lending model, rather than the firm-based or profile-based lending model. So to implement Bharat TradeNet, there are 4 pillars. One is regulatory. The current laws don't allow for some documents to go digital, so we need to work on legislation. The second is to provide technical support for, a lot of this effort will come from startups, so technical support in terms of framework, etc. The third is on capacity building, to create an awareness. UPI did not take off on its own. There was also a need for the ecosystem and capacity building, so that there's confidence in, say, the SME and the micro sellers to understand and appreciate this technology. And the fourth is standards, which is, documentary standards, which should be harmonized with other international standards, so that we don't have to, every document when it is crossing from Indian context to a foreign context. So a lot of things happening. You will keep hearing on about this through media, other channels. It's an ambition that Department of Commerce has set in collaboration with the ministries and particularly to my respected seniors on the dais. I mean, this would be a forum for collaboration. These actions, export promotion mission and Bharat TradeNet particularly. So we'll be looking forward to your guidance in this matter. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that wonderful response and insights from your end. So obviously there is a lot happening. Maybe I'll just, and I think we are almost out of time, but maybe I'll just get in Dr. Sapra for a round in terms of, obviously, like I said, a lot of stuff is happening on the government side, a lot of action is happening, but just from your perspective and from an ENY perspective, would you have some case studies or some success stories that you would like to share? How, small businesses have actually been enabled on platforms like, say, Amazon or Shopify or any other platform that you might have in mind. That would be a good help for everybody here in the audience.
So I like to commend Mr. Mohin and the entire DGFT. We have seen an excellent and a positive environment. Whenever we have taken issues there, we have had great responses. And it's not reactive, it's proactive efforts which are happening there. And Nitin, just to pick your point in terms of case studies, after coming off players like Amazon and others in the market, the amount of infrastructure which has got created, that people are aware of the market much before they even would start at the conception stage itself. The markets are frozen in with the help of the players which are there, various e-commerce players which are there. And that helps them to really identify what is the potential out there. We have had several cases where people have come in terms of brand building outside, in terms that we would want to export, and there are issues which they have been facing. At this juncture, one single incident doesn't come to my mind, but we have been involved with a number of players where there have been areas which need to look at, especially when it comes to reverse logistics, managing those reverse logistics, how to really take care, what are the features which are available, what Mr. Dinkar said about thinking in terms of customs duties overseas and the issues which are there, and then the effect of getting warehousing there in those countries. I think the business plan, we have had several instances where we have incorporated all of those into the business plan of the companies, looked at it from a regulatory perspective. And while the finance and the planning is very essential, in case of MSMEs and when they are exporting through e-commerce, the regulatory challenges which are there need to be built in, as I said earlier also. And so we have seen a lot of successful
Perfect
plannings like this.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all of that. So we are actually on the dot right now. Maybe I'll just quickly open it up, and if we do certainly have questions, so maybe let's start. How much time do we have? We have time for questions, right? Yeah, perfect. All right, please. And if you would, tell us who you are and whom the question is addressed to, that would be a great help. We'll just get a mic to you. One sec. You're getting a mic. Maybe you could use that.
We have an organization of a World Trade Organization. So I want to know that it still exists or there is no more. And it, in other words, I think it's a fractured now. Definitely, because there is a tariff war and disruption in the supply chain, and every country has their own rules. So how about the perception of the WTO and about the scope of World Trade Organization? It is I think it totally fractured at this moment. In the scenario, we are seeing the kind of, in the global scenario, the export tariff, like after 90 days, what will be happen? That is the kind of period USA has provided us. I want to know what your perspective is.
You want, okay.
Academic question. I mean, see, we are members of the GATT since we are founding members of GATT. WTO is not new. Just that we need a rule-based trade system. Otherwise, everything goes for a toss. So WTO, not having WTO is not a great thing. There, and any kind of a multilateral engagement will come with its roughs, with its ups and downs. India is committed to the rule-based framework, and so are most of the economies that I'm aware of. If anybody
Yeah,
would
Dr.
like
Arpita,
to
you want to add?
Let me explain in a more easy way. The WTO dispute settlement appointment of judges has been put on hold by the US, but other parts of WTO are well working. And so therefore, WTO is still not a defunct organization. So just add to Mohin. For countries like us, it is always better to go to the WTO as a group and solve the problem as a group. That's a much better platform than doing many things out of the WTO. There are many issues in the WTO that needs to be discussed so that the WTO doesn't become defunct. And one of the issue is moratorium on custom duty. If you do not take a call on moratorium on custom duty, where you are sending duty-free parcels through the express and e-commerce channel till 2026, then that automatically gets dissolved. So certain things you need to really take a position on, act on as a part of the WTO.
Okay.
Sorry. So we ran out of time. Maybe let the others also ask a couple of questions, and then we can end.
I am Dinesh. I am from Panipat, which is basically a textiles cluster. Though in Panipat, the handcrafted is going more towards the mill side, machinery side. Still, if I talk about the pan-India basis, how the government of India is going to leverage the GI system, how they are going to give more and more, give more and more GI tax, identify and give GI tax, so that GI is also leveraged for export promotion and brand building of Indian artisanry overseas.
You're perfectly correct that GI is a big tool when it comes to branding and selling the India story. So as of now, there are 104 handloom products which are registered under GI, and a lot of agencies, including state governments, including cooperative societies, they're all in the process of taking GI. And the Ministry of Textiles, there is a scheme whereby we support this process. We don't take GI, but we facilitate agencies who want to take GI, and we give a small financial assistance for the research work that is involved. And we also give a certain financial assistance for the post-GI. See, because even after GI, you need to understand the enforceability and the other rules related to it. So there is a financial component, and the HEPC is targeted as a partner agency for us to take more GIs. In fact, last year they filed papers for 25 GIs. This year we are looking at 50, and we plan to increase in the days to come.
Sorry, can we have another participant if you don't mind?
One related question. As I'm from Panipat, and Panipat, as I have told you, that it is taking a mill, where artisanal is not there. People are going for machinery. Still, the case and kambal, this kind of old handloom-made products have been a strength since ages there. So for Panipat, in such situation, can GI be relevant that new GIs are given to Panipat? Can scope be there for Panipat for new GIs?
The state government can certainly take an initiative, and if the state government takes an initiative, we will be supporting them. And HEPC also works very closely in Panipat. In fact, they have some of their office bearers there. So Panipat, but as you said, the presence of mill-made makes it a little more tricky. But having said that, some unique identity of weave in Panipat, we can certainly consider for GI.
Dr. Arpita, did you want to add something, or it's all covered? All good? No? Okay, perfect. All right. Sorry, we'll take one last question if we do have another one.
So,
Otherwise,
Dr.
we can.
Shubham Gupta, and I have a digital product which I would like to trade across the world. Now, when I am seeing the Trade Connect website of Government of India, it has no such thing for digital products. So basically, we have children's magazines. We are publisher of digital children magazines. Now, when we are talking of services industry, marketing or anything, or we are talking of digital products, why the government is still not taking enough initiatives as it is taking for the e-commerce products which are physical in nature? That's my question. Thank you.
So I'll concede to the point that yes, it's not on the same parity. Services by its very nature being invisible often get neglected, but it's a very important point because the gig economy in general, when you talk about platforms such Fiverr, etc., have a bias towards the global south when you talk about sellers. So there's an enormous potential for export of services, digital content from India, and as you rightly mentioned, there should be more focus on this. So the proposal, the plan is to get some of those nuts and bolts, the building blocks in place, and then extend it and identify use cases where we can support. I'll be happy to have ideas and suggestions, and we'll be willing to. I mean, more than keen to collaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I think we really pushed our limits on the time here. I thank you all for being here and thanking the panelists here as well for all their insights. Of course, they'll all be here, so in case you want to catch up with them one-on-one during the lunch session, please feel free to get there. Otherwise, if you have specific questions, you can mail it to us at the India SME Forum website and email IDs, and we'll make sure that you get a response back. So thank you once again, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to the panelists for taking time out and sharing your experience with our audience. I would request Mr. Vinod Kumar to please join us on the stage to felicitate the panelists and Mr. Nitin.
So once again, a big round of applause for these lovely panelists who were here. Very good insights. Yeah, may I please request for a group photo, please, to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. Can we please have one picture, one group picture, please? Moin, sir. Thank you. Lovely. So you are all invited for lunch, and we reassemble sharp at 2:15.
Hello. Yes, hello. Hello. One, two, three. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 ये इस गवर्नमेंट का जी जी दोनों आने चाहिए इंटरनल लाइफ कैसे देखा जा सकता मुझे हाँ मुझे चेक
हेलो हेलो नहीं वहाँ से मैंने ऑडियो दे रखा एक मिनट नहीं आ रहा है उसका चला गया बीच का चला गया एक आ रहा है अब आ रहा है तो अब दोनों में आ रहा है
check check check
क्या चीज कैमरा लैंड पे है या माइक पे नहीं ये इसका ही चैनल भी है दो लाइन पे है तो बनाने वाला है ना, दोनों लाइन पे माइक पे करो नहीं नहीं माइक पे करो पेन पे रखो ना वापस उसी पे करो एक मिनट
हेलो check check
अब इन पर रेड लाइन हो गई ना वो जो नहीं 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 रुको रुको
अब देखो कैसा रहा फुल। हेलो चेक वन। चेक अब देखो चेक वन। चेक वन। ठीक है ना, यहाँ कैसा रहा? हेलो चेक। हेलो चेक चेक वन टू।
We'll reassemble and settle down for the next part of the day. I'm requesting India SME Forum team members to please facilitate the seating arrangement. Kindly leave first row of sofas and clusters because we are okay. So first and second row of clusters because we are expecting all our nominees to arrive now. So kindly cooperate with India SME Forum team members. It's my request to all our guests and delegates. Okay. And kindly settle down so we can quickly resume the post-lunch session. It's my humble request, kindly leave 2 rows of clusters because we are expecting, please, sir, because we are expecting our nominees of the awards are just about to arrive, so they'll be given those seats. Huh? Yes, yes. Can we please have all the guests settled? And I would request India SME Forum team members to facilitate all our guests to be seated at the right tables. We are ready to start in just about a minute. Weber and Shanvik. Weber and Shanvik. Please leave the reserved tables. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Um, humble request, please. The first 2 rows, the clusters are reserved for the nominees. May I please request you to shift to the 3rd row, please. Kindly shift to the 3rd rows. Kindly shift to the third row, sir, please. Okay, so now thanks for coming, joining us back. We move on to our post-lunch sessions. We are going to talk about global opportunities in different countries for MSMEs of India. And we have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Daniel Delgado, Head of Economic and Trade Promotion Department, Embassy of Mexico, with us here. Can we please invite him with a big round of applause? We've heard food, so it has to be louder. Thank you. Mr. Delgado, may I please welcome you on the dais? Please. Would you be presenting, or would you like to use the podium or the mic? All right. All right. Okay, so please switch it on so that, and here's the switcher.
Okay, thank you.
So if you would like to use the podium, or you want a hand mic, or?
Hand mic, it's okay.
Yeah? A hand mic, please.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Buenas tardes and good afternoon. So I actually didn't know that I was going to be the first one, but I will try my best also because it's the after lunch session, so it's a little bit difficult. But hopefully, after this presentation, I can convince you to make trade with Mexico one of the major economic powerhouses, and also to portray all the opportunities that are in Mexico for Indian businesses. So first of all, I would like to thank the India SME Forum for inviting me here to this forum, because I think it's very important to support SMEs sector. Just like in India, also in Mexico, the SME sector is very important. Is the main supporter of jobs, also the main supporter of economic growth. So sometimes we think about economic relationships between major companies, like big companies, but I also think that there are a major scope for small and medium enterprises. So thank you very much for coming here to this session. So the topic of this presentation is Mexico, where opportunity meets profit for all kind of businesses. So during my presentation, I will talk about, of course, Mexico, why it's a major economic powerhouse, but also why India and Mexico, they have a very important business relationship. Right now, we have over 200 Indian companies already located in Mexico from all sizes, all the sectors. But also here in India, we have 10 major companies. That is not a big number comparing to other main foreign investors, but there are huge companies, and they are major companies that they want to sell to India, and they also want to make businesses with India. So hopefully you can also see a lot of things there. So Mexico is ranked as the 12th largest economy all over the world. We have over, our economic growth is 200%, because we have a robust macroeconomic policy, and also we have a resilience against global risk, such as India. So we know that we all have one trading partner that is giving a lot of global uncertainty, especially in terms of tariffs to the world. But despite this, we are receiving a lot of foreign companies establishing themselves in Mexico. Actually, this last month, we have been receiving new auto industries from India, and also new pharma industries coming from India to Mexico, that they still want to make businesses with Mexico, because they want to settle operations there to cater to the North American market. but also to cater the Mexican market. That is a big a big population. I'm talking about 130 million people living there, so it's a huge market. So the domestic market and growing purchasing power is one out of seven middle class people from Latin America comes from Mexico. Also, we have a major young population. The average age is around 29 years old, and we're positioned as it depends on the sector, but for the e-commerce industry, we're the second largest economy in Latin America. Also, we have trade agreements with almost everyone. We have free trade agreements with 52 countries. So if you settle your operations in Mexico, you can also cater to the rest of the world. This gives us a special position. We're the ninth largest exporter worldwide. And for imports, we're also in the top 15 major importers around the world. What are our key sectors? So first, the automobile sector and medical devices. So these two sectors, such as India, I don't think we actually compete. I think we complement each other. So for example, the medical sector, the pharma sector, in the last tenders of the Mexican government, 40% of the participation was coming from India. So Indian companies actually participating in one of the major tenders of the public sector. And this, of course, is for big pharma companies, but also for medium and small companies, as long as you have World Health Organization certificates. Also for the automotive sector, India and Mexico were major producers of cars, but we produce different kind of auto parts. So we actually import a lot of auto parts from India, and we also export auto parts to India. There's one interesting case in Pune. In Pune, we are producing actually Indian Mexican auto parts because of a joint venture between Tata Autocon, Tata Catcon, and also Autocon, that is a Mexican company. So it's a big example of how we can actually cooperate and we can make further businesses. So also agribusinesses, we're a major exporter in Mexico. I'm pretty sure you have already seen this huge rise of tequila, consumption of tequila, and thankfully, just because of the Indian consumer, we're actually India's consuming double the amount of tequila here. When I arrived to India almost 3 years ago, there were over 15 major brands, and right now we have 13 major brands of tequila. And besides tequila, we're also trying to enter with avocado, with berries, with beer, because we're major exporters of this kind of products. And also we're kind of interested to learn more about, of course, basmati rice, also about millets, and also to, given that for agricultural machinery, India produces a lot of good products there. We might be actually interested to import these kind of sectors. So of course, pharmaceutical, we're the 12th largest importer worldwide. And for processed food, we're also like all the major companies, they have presence in Mexico. So I was saying we're a very youthful, but also a skilled labor force. The median age is about 29 years old, and 60 million people are in the economic productive sectors. This network, we have major ports, railways, but the most important thing about this connectivity is that we're one of the few countries that actually have access to both oceans, both to the Atlantic, both to the Pacific, just like Panama. Mexico has access to all these two countries, and also is very well connected with one of the major markets, that is North America. We have 31 bilateral invest treaties, one with India that we're actually trying to look to renovate. Free trade agreements, as I was saying, we have access to 51 countries. So if you settle your operations in Mexico, because of the free trade agreements, you can enter to Canada, to US, and Latin America. So because of the geopolitical situation that we're living right now, I think it will be also very beneficial for you to set up operations there. And lastly, right now the Mexican government is promoting one plan that is Plan Mexico, Mexican plan, to be one of the top company of the top 10 companies all over the world by 2030. We have this big aim, and for this we have to promote all these strategic industries, just like India. So semiconductors, aerospace, pharma, chemicals, automotive, agribusiness, energy, and textile. Of course, we want to set up operations there, but also to engage more with the global value chains that India is part of. And talking about the bilateral trade between India and Mexico, right now, for Mexico, India is our 12th largest trading partner. And for India, we're one of the main trading partners in Latin America. And also, as I was saying, that we have over 10 Mexican companies. This means, and big companies, this means that Mexico is the largest Latin American investor here in all the sectors. I'm pretty sure you have all consumed Harvest Gold bread. They were acquired by a Mexican company in 2017. Not everybody knows this, but this Mexican company is Grupo Bimbo, that is actually the largest bakery in the world. And they have big operations all over India, and they want to expand all over the country. And what do we actually export to India? Besides this, mobile phones, gold, data processing units, petrochemicals, and what we import from India: automobiles, aluminum, medicines, plates, and tiles. So of course, some of these sectors might seem that we compete, but I think we actually complement each other. And what are the new business opportunities that we're trying to promote between our two countries? So of course, avocado, berries, more tequila, more agave spirits, silver, petroleum, and also to find new sources of jewelry, automobiles, and auto parts. So these are the some of the major 200 Indian companies that have already invested in Mexico. And these are the 10 Mexican companies that are located here. How many of you have been to Cinépolis movie theater? So I have one there, I have one here. So you have PVR, the largest cinema theater company. Well, Mexico has Cinépolis. Cinépolis is a Mexican company, and they're located here, and they have theaters here, and they have theaters all over India. So it's also one big example of how we can actually trade to each other. And these sectors, so of course we can talk about all these sectors, in which ones we can actually focus for SME sector. So I think the Indian IT sector might be of example, because we're trying to promote services. So if you have already clients in the US and Canada, and you want to be closer to them, but also to be more cost effective, I think Mexico could be a nice option. And also a pharma sector. So of course, given that India is the pharmacy of the world, that means that all the companies are from small to medium to big companies that are inside this sector. As long as you have the right certifications, you can also enter to Mexico. So, well, I will leave it here, and I'm very thankful for this invitation, and I will be more than happy to to answer any question that you might have later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. I would request Mr. Prahlad sir and Bajalia sir to please give out a small token of appreciation from India SME Forum side to Mr. Daniel. Thank you so much, sir. It is my extreme honor to call upon His Excellency Mr. Mulayan Asfa, Ambassador and Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Ethiopia to India. Please join us on stage, sir. Let us give a big round of applause, everyone.
Very good afternoon. Thank you so much, India SME Forum, for giving us this opportunity to present about my country. Before I invite you to watch a short video about my country, let me highlight some of the points regarding about MSME and Ethiopia's economic trajectory. In fact, it is both an honor and a pleasure for me to speak to this vibrant gathering of MSMEs, which is a true engine of innovation and job creation. As you all know, across the world, MSMEs represents over 90% of businesses. And in fact, more than 60% of employment also comes from this sector. And up to 40% of GDP are coming from this vibrant sector. Truly speaking, they are not merely small businesses. They are the beating heart of local economies, a crucial bridge between innovation and implementation, and an engine for equitable development. In both developed and developing nations, MSMEs are often the first to adapt new technologies. They are the first to create jobs in undeserved areas. And also they are the first to build the kind of human connection that fuel long-term economic prosperity. Colleagues, friends, Ethiopia, known as the land of origins, has achieved a remarkable economic growth for the last few decades. Ethiopia stands as a living example and offers powerful story of how targeted MSME support can catalyze national growth and social transformation. In recent years, Ethiopia has undertaken a comprehensive macroeconomic reform aimed at ensuring macroeconomic stability, driving private sector development, and promoting regional integrations. Through legal and regulatory reforms, significant infrastructure investment, and a dynamic public-private partnership, Ethiopia is steadily creating a conducive and competitive business environment for investors. Ethiopia, with abundant natural resource, a large and useful workforce, and Africa's second largest consumer market, Ethiopia is offering a compelling and strategic investment destination for Indian investors. Ethiopia's geographic positioning, combined with its business-friendly policies and a growing resilient economies, really make it a true gateway to African continent. The global connectivity provided by the Ethiopian Airlines, the biggest airline in Africa and the fastest growing brand in the world, which links Addis Ababa to all over 136 continental destinations, including 6 destinations in India, further strengthen our position as a hub of trade, logistics, and export. With a homegrown economic reform, which support the fast growth and put the private sector in the heart of economic development, Ethiopia has prioritized 5 sectors for investment: agriculture, manufacturing, ICT, mining, and tourism. In fact, it also have some emerging sectors like energy, healthcare, education, transport, logistics, finance, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, the historical linkage between India and Ethiopia goes back 2,000 years of recorded history. Right after the independence of India, Ethiopia was the first African country to open its embassy in New Delhi. India is the second largest source of FDI for Ethiopia. Currently, there are about more than 600 companies operating in Ethiopia with a registered capital of around 5 billion USD. Dear all, finally, I would like to invite all of you to visit Ethiopia, not only for trade or investment, but as Ethiopia, as a cradle of human being or humankind. Ethiopia is a common place for all human beings, regardless of religion or ethnicity. Everyone should visit at least once in their lifetime in order to visit or see the birthplace of your ancestor, because we are the birthplace of every humankind. So I now stop by briefing about my country. I will try to invite you to watch a short video that will give you the idea of and the whereabouts of my country, Ethiopia. I thank you. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
While we play the video, I request Juneja sir to please give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Asfa from India SME Forum side.
A country that is also known as the land of origins and the world's oldest civilization. the symbol of African independence, the birthplace of coffee, and the running nation, Ethiopia is now emerging as one of the top investment destinations on the African continent. From the Afar Depression, where a river dies in a chain of salt lakes, some 120 meters below sea level, to the windy heights of Ras Dashen, at 4.5 kilometers above sea level, Ethiopia is naturally endowed with a unique climatic condition that's ideal for a varied stream of productive investments. Ethiopia, the second most populous country in Africa with more than 60% young, cultured, and trainable workforce, is implementing an economic development strategy that prioritizes the role of the private sector in the economy and invites the participation of more foreign direct investment in public-private partnership. Ethiopia has now modernized its investment regime, streamlined and digitized its investment regulations, offering attractive investment climate with excellent returns in any investment projects, maintaining professional service. The strategic geopolitical location, having a unique proximity to the various markets like North and Latin America, the European Union, Asia, the Middle East, and the African continent, making Ethiopia trading gateway. Ethiopia is the most influential country in the social, political, and economic circles of Africa, contributing the largest peacekeeping force in the continent. The capital city, Addis Ababa, which means new flower, is the third diplomatic capital in the world, hosting most of the influential conversations that shape the role of Africa globally. Sustainably implementing climate-resilient green economic development path, the country is actively working towards building a clean energy infrastructure, leveraging its huge potential in wind, solar, geothermal, and hydropower sources. One of the most ambitious projects in this sector, the Grand Renaissance Dam, which is near completion, will become the biggest hydroelectric dam in Africa. To fuel the high-speed industrialization, Ethiopia has developed more than 30 public and private geographically diversified industrial ecosystems in the form of the National Network of Industrial Parks, creating conducive business operation climate for investors. These industrial parks are equipped with efficient and effective services facilities, such as one-stop service, fire brigade, healthcare facility, technology-backed security systems, and state-of-the-art industrial wastewater treatment plants. Further, the parks have full access to road, air, and railway transport systems for expedited import and export logistical needs. Ethiopia is also developing an agro-industrial park infrastructure to support the development of inclusive and sustainable agricultural value chain that enables commercial farmers to join the attractive investment landscape and contribute significantly to the structural transformation of the economy. Coffee is not only discovered in Ethiopia, but is very much part of its culture. Ethiopia's quality certified producers are one of the major foreign currency drivers for the country. The world's #1 forest coffee is enjoyed globally and forms the backbone of the economy, contributing as much as 34% of the total export earnings. Home to 13 UNESCO-registered World Heritage Sites, 10 endemic animals, over 800 bird life, 86 different nationalities, together with incredibly beautiful landforms, Ethiopia presents a road less traveled tourist destination with great potential to invest and expand the travel industry. Ethiopia has a mining pedigree as old as its existence, and the sector offers a huge potential for investment. Rich, untapped, and vast resources such as gold, gemstones, tantalum, potash, iron ore, and various industrial and rare earth metals, energy, and construction minerals, providing a great investment opportunity. Ethiopia also has a huge potential for natural gas and petroleum development in some regions of the country, which complements the low-carbon energy infrastructure. Ethiopia puts ICT investment at the heart of the country's economic growth. an ICT park together with a national digital strategy development to provide a suitable ICT ecosystem for equipment and services investments. The best airline on the continent and the spirit of Africa, Ethiopian Airlines is a member of the Star Alliance Group and has been gracing the blue skies for the past 75 years. Ethiopian Airlines links global business leaders and goods from well over 127 passenger and 58 cargo destinations in 5 continents, with a fleet of 130 modern aircraft. The aforementioned developments, together with the signing of multiple free trade agreements, such as AGOA, COMESA, IGAD, EU EVA, and AFCFTA, continues to make Ethiopia an attractive new age investment destination. Oh, let's have coffee and discuss how you can be part of this great investment opportunity. It's time to invest in Ethiopia.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like now to invite Mr. Rahul Chongtham, Commercial Counselor, Embassy of Iceland to India, to present the export opportunities in Iceland for the Indian businesses. Let us give a big round of applause for him, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank India SME Forum for giving me this opportunity to highlight some of the key sectors and opportunities in Iceland. So I would like to share some slides. So I'll start with the location where Iceland is located. So I'm using this Iceland air route map just to tell you where exactly Iceland is. So Iceland is located in the mid-Atlantic between 2 big markets, North America and also Europe. And the distance between these 2 continents from Iceland is about, for Europe, to all the major capitals, it's about 2 to 3 hours. Like London is about 2.5 hours away, and North America is about 5 to 8 hours. New York is about, from Reykjavik, is about 5.5 hours. So at present, we don't have a direct flight between Iceland and India. But recently, on 2nd of June, Iceland Air and Air India signed a code-share agreement, which will open new routes between the two countries. It will connect 15 destinations in Europe from India, from Delhi and Mumbai, and then to Reykjavik. There's another opportunity for Indian travelers going to North America, so they can take this route and have an opportunity to stop over in Iceland for a few days. And Iceland Air is quite flexible with that, so that you can stop over for your business or for your tourism purpose. Then I want to highlight 2 agreements which offer market access to Indian companies. First is a very new agreement which was signed in March 2024. It's the EFTA India Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, or TEPA. So EFTA comprises the European Free Trade Association, comprises of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. These are very advanced economies and opportunities to collaborate in many areas, including high-tech areas. So TEPA is a bit different from the other investment that FTA that we have seen in the past. This is a new kind of free trade agreement where it includes not only lowering of tariffs, but also investment and job creation. So the EFTA countries are committed to bring in about $100 billion and create 1 million direct jobs in the next 15 years. So under the TEPA, 99.6% of India's export to EFTA countries are covered. And similarly, for about 95.3% of EFTA's export to India. So it opens up a lot of opportunities for both sides to export and import or else invest into the countries. And I want to now look at the other agreement, which was it's called the European Economic Area Agreement. This agreement is between 3 EFTA states: Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and the 27 European Union countries. So under the EEA agreement, Iceland and the 3 EFTA states, they are part of the single market or internal market. So there's free movement of goods, services, person, and capital in all these 30 countries. So companies, Indian companies who are based in Iceland can have access to this big market, like 30 nations. Now I want to come to some of the key sectors. This is one of our focus sectors. So green energy solutions. So in Iceland, 100% of the electrical system is from renewable energy, 30% coming from geothermal energy, and 70% coming from hydroelectricity. And all homes, Iceland is a cold country, so all homes are heated, almost all homes, 90% are heated using geothermal energies. So Iceland has about, for the last 100 years, utilizing geothermal energy for various purposes. It's a 24/7 base load power. So unlike solar or wind, and we can generate not only electricity, but it can be used directly for various purposes. It can be used for space heating, space cooling, agricultural use, like food processing, drying of vegetables and fish. We can use it for tourism, for spa purpose. We can have it for aquaculture and also greenhouses in coal areas. Even we can extract minerals from geothermal wells, and it can be used for like cosmetics or for health supplement. Like we can extract chemicals, minerals like silica, and can be used for health purposes. So if you look at the map in the middle, that's the geothermal provinces in India, which is all across India, in the Himalayas, in the west, middle, and in the east. So the Himalayan region has the best resources. So we are working in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Ladakh, and also in Northeast India. We have altogether 3-4 projects going on. For example, in Himachal, we have a project running in the Kinnaur region, especially for the apple farmers. So we are building cold storage using geothermal heat or the hot spring. There are plenty of hot spring in Himachal, so it can be utilized for many, like heating, cooling, or for drying purpose, or even for generating electricity. And the second green solution that I want to cover is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The Icelandic companies offer 2 new technologies. One is converting CO2 into stone, or mineralizations of CO2. industrial emissions can be captured and uh, and then store into basalt rock formations. Uh, and if you look at the map on the right, the purple area, which is the Deccan Trap, uh, this is made of basalt rock formation. So CO2 can be captured from industrial installations and then injected into the basalt rock formation. This is currently what's happening in Iceland. We are importing CO2 and then injecting it to the basalt rock formation. The second technology, that is carbon dioxide to methanol. This is another technology where emissions can be from thermal power plant, from a cement plant or petrochemical complex. We can capture the emission, convert into to methanol, and you can use it as a fuel. So, and I just wanted to mention that since the electricity system in Iceland is totally green, so you can get carbon credits out of it, and the cost is very competitive. So uh, Iceland attracts a lot of direct investment in data center, aluminum smelting, and ferrosilicon productions. So Iceland is now one of the largest exporter of aluminum, just by providing green electricity, because we don't have the minerals. Minerals are imported, and then using green electricity is converted into aluminum. So the next important sector is innovation and technology. So like India, Iceland has a very vibrant and growing startup ecosystem. And I think there's huge opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs and Icelandic entrepreneurs to collaborate in this area. And I had identified some of the key areas, key sectors where which is leading the growth in Iceland. So the green tech, VFX and gaming. And VFX is used in many of the films, Hollywood movies, and also gaming. Then fintech, education, technology, medical devices. We have already have a few companies working, like you can see the one in the right-hand corner, prosthesis. They have all types of medical devices, braces, bionic knees, and artificial limbs. Then we have companies dealing with diabetes, scanning of diabetes using technology. We have food processing technology, poultry processing, fish processing, and a whole lot of other things. Marine biotech is another area which is growing rapidly in Iceland. So they use especially collagens and omega-3 oils from seafood, and then convert into for medical use. So I will move on to the next very important key sector for Iceland. This is one of the pillars of the Icelandic economy. We over the last say 5 to 10 years, the number of tourists traveling to Iceland has gone like 5 times the population of the country. It's a very important sector because it generates employment and also foreign exchange. It's an all year round destination. You can come during the spring, the summer, for the midnight sun, where in July, August, you have 23 hours of sunlight. Then you can come in the winters for the northern lights, and also you can enjoy the snow landscape. We have waterfalls. If you are lucky, you can see volcanoes erupting. They call it the place of fire and ice. Waterfalls, you can see gazes shooting up in the sky. So it presents a surreal world, So and for this purpose, a lot of Hollywood films and TV shows including from India, are shot in Iceland. You know, one of the main reason is it has all these exotic locations, and we have a very experienced film crews and production companies. And another very key important thing for this is the locations are easily reachable. It's just few hours you can be on the Black Beach, or another few hours you can be in somewhere in the glaciers. So you can see where that Dilwale, the song, one of the songs was shot in Iceland. So they were shot in various locations, and it can be done in just a couple of days. You don't have to fly somewhere. You just take your car and then just be, you know, in few hours you can be, you know, in various locations. And TV and film and films. If you shoot in Iceland, you can get a refund of up to 35% of the production costs. So that's a good opportunity to come in. And presently, we are working for a Canada movie. They're going to have some drone shoot in Iceland in the coming weeks. I'm working on that. And lastly, but not the least, this is another very important area for Iceland, the fisheries and the seafood sector. So from just catching fish and harvesting fish, it evolved into a highly innovative and tech-integrated sustainable industry. And Iceland is very serious about sustainability. So we practice this in the seafood sector as well. We have a system like individual transferable quotas, which are offered to each fishing boat, which they can sell it, buy it, or lease it. Very flexible. And then we have this total allowable catch for each season. After detailed study, you're given permission to, you know, is certain quantity of each fish. So it's highly controlled. And lastly, we can replicate this in India, because India is one of the biggest exporter of seafood, about $7 to $8 billion a year. So we have this 100% fish project. So you can see the fish there. That's the most important species for Iceland is the codfish. So almost 100% of the fish is utilized. They make fish leather, medical products, supplements, you know, quality seafood, omega-3. So almost the fish is utilized, and this can be replicated in India. So in Iceland, we have these ocean clusters where we have like 70 or 80 companies involving in the marine sectors put together, you know, just to exchange ideas, and then, you know, they come out with all kinds of solutions. So this is what we would like to do here in India. And if anybody is interested, we would be happy to discuss this. And I would like to end here. And like in Iceland, we say takk fyrir. Thank you. And if you have any queries, you can reach out to the embassy. We're there here. And interested in any of the sectors, we are happy to, you know, contact you and then give you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must beg your pardon, and we are running about 10 minutes late. So we have one more brief presentation from Mr. Yerasimus Lazaris, Minister Counselor for Economic and Commercial Affairs, Embassy of Greece to India. Please come up on the dais, and it's my humble request to, in the interest of time, I would request you to kindly keep it a bit short. So thank you very much for coming and addressing us. Thank you.
This is Respectable Chairman of the SME India SME Forum, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this invitation. It is a privilege of me to address to you to this forum. A very good afternoon. As you know, Greece and India have an excellent relations in the political, in the economic, and the cultural field since they are ancient civilizations. But at the last 2 years, they have elevated their relationship into a strategic one after the visit of Mr. Modi in Greece in August 2023 and the visit of the Prime Minister of Greece, Mr. Mitsotakis, in February here in India, February 2024, in 3 cities, New Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore, with a very big business delegation of 100 businessmen from Greece. Today, we are going to see together how you can expand your activities in Greece with a presentation. So, at the beginning, I would like to show you the progress of the Greek economy during the last years after the economic crisis we had in the last decade. You can see the growth of GDP during the years 2021 to 22, 23, and 24. At the current time, we have a growth rate of 2.3%, which is, of course, not so high as it is the Indian one, but it is one of the higher in the European Union. The GDP expected in the 2025-2026 will be similar, about 2.3%. The inflation is coming down. It is 3.3%. The unemployment is coming down. It is 8.3% from 27% during the economic crisis at the early 2010. The incoming investments in my country, they had a record in 2022 of 7.5 billion, and then 4.5 billion and 6 billion in 23 and 24 years. And as you see, the ratio of public debt to GDP, it is coming down fastly from almost 200% in 2021 in 147% in the first quarter of 2025. Now, you can see the evolution of the sovereign credit ratings of Greece. You can see that in January 2021, we have not an investment grade ratings, but since the late of the year 2023, we are in the investment grade ratings from the credit ratings agencies. And you see all of them, DBRS, Fitch, Moody's, S&P, latest around the BBB rating. These are data from the same credit rating agencies. Here you can see some latest success stories of global investors investing in Greece. Microsoft, Pfizer, Tesla, they are all in Greece. Cisco, TeamViewer has all its research and development program and establishment in Greece. Volkswagen Group also creates in Astypali. Astypali, it is a small island in the Aegean Sea. And there the Volkswagen promotes the use of green wind power generation from wind energy. In the fintech sector, JP Morgan acquired 49% of Viva Wallet. Viva Wallet is a unicorn startup in Greece. He was acquired by JP Morgan. Data4 is in Athens. Amazon and Google in Athens. Power Water is in Greece as well. So here you can see some success stories of Indian investors investing in Greece. Switch Group is in Greece. They have bought out 7 Greek companies in the bakery sector, as you see, in the last 5 to 6 years. And they have the, I can say, one of the best chains in the bakery sectors in Greece. The GMR, the big constructor, they are constructing a big international airport in the island of Crete in Greece, in cooperation with the Greek Terna, in the location of Kasteli in Crete. iExit is in Greece. Software collaboration with the banks, they are being implemented by Indian companies, Infosys, TCS Data, Tata, Consulting Services, Oracle, Financial Services. And then you see the Indus Pharmaceutical, they are in Greece as well, with a subsidiary Accord, where they have a laboratory and other packaging facilities, and they are expanding, they are using Greece as a gate into the European Union. So maybe some of you would like to use Greece as a gate to the European Union, since we have on the pipeline the negotiation of the European Union with India in order to sign the free trade agreement. And so after the signing, the way of the Indian products into the European Union will be easier, we hope. Here, you can see the investment projects in Greece for the opportunities that you have for investments projects for realization in Greece. We are obtained by the European Union from the Recovery and Resilience Plan approximately 36 billion of euros for the period of 2021-2027, of which 18.2 billion they are grants and 17.7 billion they are loans. And they are going to be used for projects, as is going to be followed by the next slide. All these investments, they are going to create 180,000 new jobs, and they are going to give to our GDP 7% by 2026. The second opportunity that you have is the ongoing privatization program, which is implemented by the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund. So the resources from the Recovery and Resilience Plan, they are going to be spent mainly for green development, 38% of the resources, 25% for digital transformation, and all others to the private investments and transportation and some other projects that we have. And here you can see some description of projects that are going to be implemented in the Greek development. You have the upgrading of energy efficiency of buildings, investments in energy storage, electric charge points, batteries, and electric vehicles, and other like projects, improving electric interconnectivity of islands, and food mitigation projects. Here you can see projects of in the area of digital transportation from the same resources: 5G infrastructure, fast broadband connections, fiber optic infrastructure in buildings, and submarine fiber cables, and projects in the private investments and transformation of the economy, in particular public-private partnerships in new large infrastructure projects. So here, I think is one of the most important slides in this presentation. This is a depiction of what an investor must do in order to acquire and implement a project from the first bunch of resources. So you see here, you see there the link where you can find the projects that are going to be implemented in Greece, tender European daily, and then you can follow the following steps. The first step, the investor should cooperate with a management consulting firm. Where you can find the management consulting firm? In the they are members of the website that I show you in the relevant association in Greece, where this association, the association has members, all the international companies that they are dealing with such a kind of projects. That means Deloitte, Ernst & Young, Pricewaterhouse, and all others, and in combination with other major Greek consulting companies. The next step is, after cooperating with the consulting company is going to introduce you to one of the 6 Greek banks that they are dealing with such a kind of projects. Those banks that they have experience in implementing such a kind of projects. You can see the financial structure of the investment projects, 50% maximum from the RRF resources, which low interest, 0.35% until 1%, 30% minimum through the co-financing of the bank, and 20% minimum investor-owned funds. If you would like to see how it works, you can follow the link that I have there of the Greek bank, where they explain how they work with regard to these projects. And once you have accommodated all the details with the bank, then it's very easy to be introduced to the ministry in order to acquire the approval, the final approval. I think the steps are very easy and very concrete in order to implement. Then we have the privatization program of the Greek government from the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund. And we have to implement many projects which are belonging to the Asset Development Fund. The Asset Development Fund in particular here I show you the many ports, 10 major ports. Why? Because as we understand, India is interested in having relations with Greece through acquiring a port in order to implement the IMEC corridor. So the development fund is releasing feasibility studies that these studies are utilized with a view to conclude to the best and most attractive for any future investor. And with, for example, master concession or sub-concession or majority sale of equity. And then with the conclusion of each processes, international companies submit bids to the development fund on port development, operation, and combined transport projects. Here I have some examples of ports that are either in progress or they are rolling ahead. For example, the first port, Lavrio, a company from Israel have shown interest and they have already submitted their bid. And for others, there are interest from other companies from other countries, but they are on they are rolling ahead. So, and there you can find information in the links that I have in the down of the slide. Not only in, as far as concerned, the number of the projects that are under implementation or they are going to be implemented, but you can find in this list and this link all necessary information. You can find who is the financial advisor of the project, who is the legal advisor of the project, who is the technical advisor of the project. So these are some examples of infrastructural projects that we have for marinas in Greece. The same information down there. And as far as concerned the tourist development, the same projects that we have as far as concerned real estate and tourist sites, beaches and campings and thermal springs in Greece. So here you can see some of our incentives that we are giving for create audiovisual production in Greece. We, in the companies that they would like to shoot films in Greece, we are providing 40% cash rebate, 30% tax relief. We can provide, we can provide conclude the presentation. May I have the presentation? Okay, here I would like to show you the sectors in Greece that they have, that they are more competitive: tourism, agri-food, renewable energy sources, information, communication technology, life sciences, logistics, and global business services, and in particular, shared service centers. And here you can see that we provide Golden Visa program in the context of investment activity. We have 4 cases: investment activity, strategic investments, investments in tangible security, and investment in real estate. Shortly, I would like to say that we are giving 5 years Golden Visa for all these categories, with the exception of strategic investments, where we provide a 10-year visa. Since I understand from the organizer that there is no time to go further, I would like to thank you very much for the presentation. Anyone that would like to have more information with regard to the links that I have inside my presentation, they can obtain the presentation from the organizers. Thank you very much.
So a big round of applause for Mr. Gerasimos Lazares. Thank you very much. And sorry, we had to cut short the presentation in the interest of time, but we would like to have a special session with Mr. Lazarus sometime very soon, so that we are able to look at more opportunities that Greece has to offer to our MSMEs. With that, I would like to acknowledge and heartily welcome all our dignitaries, nominees, awardees, and once again all our viewers who have joined us online as well as who are present here. A very happy World MSME Day once again to all of you. And in just about a minute, we will start with the proceedings of the National MSME Impact Awards 2025 that is going to mark the celebration of today's International MSME Day, as well as acknowledge the efforts and recognize the achievements, the work that our officers, the ecosystem, the banks, the NBFCs, and all the service providers that are tirelessly working towards providing a very, very robust ecosystem for flourishing of our MSMEs. So, on behalf of India SME Forum, please allow us 30 seconds. Thank you. Are we all set? Thank you. So we would like to start the proceedings for the National MSME Impact Awards 2025. Once again, these awards are being instituted from this year onwards by India SME Forum to acknowledge, recognize, and celebrate the efforts of our ecosystem enablers for the MSMEs. And I would like to invite our dignitaries today, the chairman of the jury who have decided the awards and the awardees today, Shri Prabhat Kumar, IAS, former cabinet secretary and first governor of Jharkhand state, who's the chairman of the jury, Shri Prabhat Kumarji. Sir, may I have the privilege of inviting you on the dais? A big round of applause for sir. He has been the one-man committee to devise the MSME policy, and it's as per the guidelines of this policy, we are all, taking that as our mandate and working for MSMEs. Sir, please. May I request Shri Dhanendra Kumarji, IAS, former chairman, Competition Commission of India, and executive director in World Bank, secretary to the Government of India. Sir. Dr. J.S. Juneja, former CMD former CMD of NSIC and vice chairman of India SME Forum. Shri Tilakraj Bajalia, former DMD of SIDBI and board member of India SME Forum. Let's welcome them all with a big round of applause. And now, our special guest for the evening, Shri Kalraj Mishra, former Union Minister and former Governor of Rajasthan. Let's welcome Kalrajji with a big round of applause. And to join the dignitaries on the dais, may I request Shri Vinod Kumar, President India SME Forum, and also the convener of the jury, to please come up on the dais, sir. Other members of the jury who have offered their services for arriving at the awardees for this evening, I would like to acknowledge their names as well, but they are not here due to some other prior commitments, but they are here with us in heart and spirit. Shri Amitabh Kant, IAS, former CEO, Niti Aayog and G20 Sherpa. Dr. Aruna Sharma, former Secretary to the Government of India, and Mr. Prahlad Kakkar, who was here a while ago, but he had to leave for some emergency. So they were also part of this very eminent jury, and we would like to thank their services also for putting together this very august list of achievers this evening. To begin with our proceedings, I would request Vinod sir to felicitate all our dignitaries on the dais and thank them for their services offered to this jury and this entire evaluation process, starting with the chairman of our jury, Shri Dr. Prabhat Kumar. Yeah. I would like to request our special guest, Shri Kalraj Mishra ji, to hand over these small token of gratitude to all our other jury members. Starting with Dhanendra sir. Dr. Juneja. Dr. J.S. Juneja. And to Shri T.R. Bajalia sir. And I would like to request Vinod sir once again to welcome Kalraj sir. So I would like to invite our President, Mr. Vinod Kumar, to give us a brief on how these awards were constituted and what were the parameters that were considered by our jury, and how did we arrive at the names of all the awardees who are present here this evening. So over to you, sir. Can we have the presentation, please?
A very good evening. You've been hearing me a couple of times during the day. So I'm sorry, but I'm in between the awards, the ceremony and the awardees. If I can have the presentation, please. As the convener of the jury, it is the work that has been given to me to convey the formation of the jury, the formulations and the scoring pattern behind the awards, and the ethos of the awards and how we have arrived at the final numbers. First. So primarily the impact awards, as we call them, are basically in three categories. The first category is for the state governments and the people behind the state governments, which have put together most of the ecosystem facilitators and enablers at the state level. We have financial institutions, which are the backbone of every MSME, and the non-financial enablers, including technology, marketplaces, and all of that. So three primary categories that are meant to celebrate the pivotal role of MSMEs in driving India. Today being the MSME Day, it is but natural that we celebrate the people that are enabling each one of us. So when we decided on the criteria for the states, we were looking at each state must demonstrate a dedicated MSME focus, robust policies, frameworks, and infrastructure supporting MSME growth. And this should not be only on paper, but this should also be endorsed by MSMEs of the state. As far as financial institutions go, we are again talking about those that are providing collateral-free new-to-market loans, innovative MSME financial solutions, and those that have targeted schemes for marginalized groups, including women, SC, ST, OBC, and others. We're talking then in the third part of this about non-financial enablers, those that must offer cost-effective MSME-focused solutions and services which are impactful, and awareness and capacity building and training that has been done by most of these for MSMEs. Now, all votes lodged by MSMEs are on the basis of their own perspective about all of these. So we have not impressed upon MSME as to which one to select or which one not to select. So for example, an MSME from Maharashtra could have voted only for Maharashtra and not for any other state. That is the basis. Similarly, an MSME in the technology category had 12 or 13 options, and they had to choose which one was the most important for their business. And then also in terms of grading them towards which ones are the most cost effective, which ones are the most, in terms of ease of use, which ones have they been trained on, and so forth. These are the scoring parameters for state governments. The esteemed jury has 500 marks, and votes by MSMEs had 500 marks. And the votes were across all the categories, whether it was about MSME departments, the policies, the single window systems, the Udyam registrations that the state was doing on a progressive mechanism, and similarly, the ones that were also about infrastructure, which is labs, platted factories, and the other things that were available in the states. So if you can understand from this, states have been adjudged by both the jury as well as the MSMEs of that state. Financial institutions have been ranked by only the MSMEs. The jury has only looked at, okay, what are the numbers and whether there is any aberration. So again, year-on-year growth in number of loans, average loan amounts, collateral guarantee collateral free guarantee schemes, loan size, policies for women, SC, ST, etc., and collateral free loans and the offerings based on those. And then we have non-financial enablers. Now, non-financial enablers again have been, there are 5 questions that we had, which was value for money, importance in the business, updates and improvements that are being made to the software or the solutions that are being offered, whether they have received training on the same from the providers, and whether there is adequate after-sales support. So I did talk about this, the fact that the jury scored every item on the states on a scale of 500 marks, and the MSME's total average marking came to 500. Similarly, the non-governmental institutions, 500 marks each based on what the MSMEs have put in. So we said invites to 100,000 MSMEs from across the country. These are the number of votes that we have received. The highest vote is from people in Maharashtra. That does not mean that Maharashtra got the higher votes or won because of many number of people participating. It is the average score given by every MSME. So Maharashtra, we had 8,650 people participating, Gujarat 7,929, and so on and so forth. Apart from the major states, you have 12,254 which are across the other states, including Manipur, Meghalaya, there are also Daman and Diu, etc., including all the UTs. This is by state. There's a distribution that you can see to 12% from Maharashtra, 11% from Gujarat, 10.5% from Tamil Nadu, 9% from Uttar Pradesh, Telangana 8.5%, Rajasthan 7%, Madhya Pradesh 7%, Andhra Pradesh 6.5%, Haryana 6%, Karnataka 5%, and the rest of the states and union territories 17%. Now, of the 7,281 votes which were found valid, there were also 900 odd votes which were invalidated because they had not completed the entire set of answers. So that we have decided not to go by. We've only gone by the 72,081 votes. So these are again the nominees. We have micro enterprises that have participated in this voting is 37%. Small businesses that have participated in this voting is 51%, and medium enterprises are 12%. 38% of all the voters were female, and 62% are obviously male. The 5 states have driven 58% of the MSME votes, which is also reflecting on the concentrated engagement throughout. Smaller states and territories have contributed 17%, which is adding diversity to the voting pool. And the fact that 72,081 people actually did vote for this itself is a very big thing. So thanks to all of you. So let's give a big hand to all of you that have participated. So this is by turnover, again, which is something I talked about. Now, first of all, I request all of you to please give a big hand to the chairman of the jury and the members of the jury for their commitment and time. I'd also request the chairman of the jury, sir, we'd like to have a minute of silence because the same day, Aruna madam, Dr. Aruna Sharma, lost her mother, but she still attended the jury meeting, which we all were not aware of. So we would request everybody to have a minute of silence for her mother, please. Yeah, if you'd like to stand, that is all the more better. Thank you. May she attend Nirvan. So here is again a look at all the jury members that have decided on the awards. So I'm only the convener. I don't have a role in the marks for scoring. I have just put together the scores that have come from everybody. So again, there. The results of the scoring and evaluation will now be presented one by one, starting from various categories of the government and then going to non-governmental categories. Full scores of each state will also be put up on the website. So anybody having interest in which state scored what was the number of votes that were for that state, and also in terms of what was the average score of the MSME from each state, will be available on the website. Thank you very much. Pushmo, back to you.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to, request for comments from our esteemed jury members. If there are any comments that our chairman of the jury would like to make, and all the other jury members. So,
Thank you so much. Friends, I'm really very happy to associate myself with this event, and I congratulate the award winners. As you know, I'm not a politician, and I'm no longer a civil servant. I'm not even an activist, and I have no interest in any enterprise, big or small. But I speak from facts. I speak from a lifetime in the profession of governance. And I remember gratefully the day when Kalrajji asked me to head a one-man committee on MSMEs sometime in 2016. But I believe, after having seen MSMEs for about 50 years, both in the state as well as in the center, that I believe that MSMEs should be at the top of the agenda of the Prime Minister for growth, reconstruction, and poverty alleviation. And I'm not talking only from the economic point of view, but also for overall socio-economic development of the people. I think MSMEs should be in the center stage of all our planning. I'm appreciative of the work which has been done by the present government, the policies and the schemes that have been floated by them. But I still believe that our attitude towards MSMEs is one of patronage, not of empathy, not of sensitiveness, not of responsiveness. And therefore, my thesis is that MSMEs should be at the center, at the focal point of all planning. And all other sectors, like urban governance, like education, like infrastructure, and even agriculture, should factor in the linkage between MSMEs. And that is what my suggestion would be to the government, to people like you. And finally, I would say that the small man should have a big voice. And in that direction, India SME Forum, I think, is a step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद केनाई। सबसे पहले तो मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहूँगा एसएमई फोरम को आज के इस समारोह के आयोजन के लिए, और जो भी इस प्रतियोगिता में विजेता रहे हैं, राज्य सरकारें, इंडिविजुअल MSMEs, फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, उन सबको मैं एडवांस में हार्दिक बधाई देना चाहूँगा। जूरी के मेंबर के तौर पर मैं कह सकता हूँ कि ये बहुत ही कठिन कार्य था कि उनके आपस के बीच में ये देखा जाए कि कौन विजेता है कौन नहीं है, क्योंकि सब लोगों ने इतना अच्छा किया था कि उनमें कठिनाई हो रही थी कि किसको आगे रखा जाए। मैं 1-2 मिनट में बस 2-3 बातें कहना चाहूँगा आपको। आज हम लोग ऐसे मौके पर मिल रहे हैं जबकि भारत के लिए ये एक बहुत प्रशंसनीय, एक बड़ा ऐतिहासिक कदम है कि भारत इस वक्त दुनिया में चौथे स्थान पर पहुंच गया है 4.19 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की GDP पर, और जापान को पीछे छोड़ दिया है 4.18 ट्रिलियन डॉलर का। एक ऐसे देश के लिए जो कि कुछ समय पहले 78 साल पहले गुलाम था और तब स्वाधीन हुआ, आज इस सीमा पर पहुंच जाना एक बहुत ही प्रशंसनीय, एक श्लाघनीय बात है। लेकिन इसके आगे हम जर्मनी के साथ में 2 साल में पहुंच जाएंगे। 2026 में हम 2027 में IMF के अनुमान के अनुसार हम उनको भी पीछे छोड़ देंगे और तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था होंगे। उसके बाद में हमारा मुकाबला चाइना के साथ होगा। चाइना के साथ मुकाबले में उनका उत्पादन, उनका GDP 19 ट्रिलियन डॉलर है, जबकि हमारा अभी मुश्किल से 5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर के करीब होगा। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा कठिन मुकाबला होने वाला है हमारा चाइना के साथ, अगर उनको भी पीछे छोड़ना है हमें। लेकिन ये हो सकता है, असंभव नहीं है, बशर्ते कि हमारे MSMEs को वो रोल दिया जाए जो चाइना में उनके MSMEs ने करके दिखाया है। तो हमारे MSMEs और ई-कॉमर्स के माध्यम से उन्होंने सारे दुनिया में अपने उत्पादों को पहुंचाया। हम भी कर सकते हैं, जिसके लिए हमें कई कदम उठाने की ज़रूरत है। मैं बहुत लंबी स्पीच नहीं दूंगा, मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहूँगा कि एक इंटीग्रेटेड पॉलिसी हमारी MSMEs, ई-कॉमर्स और एक्सपोर्ट्स, इनके लिए अगर बन जाए और उसके लिए हमारी सरकारें, केंद्र की और राज्य सरकारें, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और हमारी वित्तीय संस्थाएं, वो सब मिलकर एक साथ काम करें तो कुछ वर्षों में ये असंभव नहीं रहेगा कि हम चाहे पीछे ना छोड़ें उनको, लेकिन उनके आसपास अब पहुंच जाएं। क्योंकि मैं आपको याद दिला दूं कि 1990 में हमारी पर कैपिटा इनकम $367 थी और चाइना की $317 थी। तो 1990 में वो हमसे पीछे थे, फिर आगे बढ़े और अब वो पहुंच गए वहां पर। तो हमें अगर पहुंचना है तो हम MSMEs के माध्यम से ही ये कर सकते हैं। बहुत बहुत बधाई और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय मिश्रा जी, श्री प्रभात कुमार जी, all my friends in the dais, particularly the people who started this forum, Sushma ji and Vinod ji. I can't see how is she this level. I've been watching this, particularly India SME Forum, right from the start. They laid the foundation. And I see they have encouraged SMEs not only in India but abroad. And they have not left the rural areas and the rural areas. So I think I would like to compliment India SME Forum, Sushma ji, Vinod ji, and in addition to that, my compliments to them. then I would like to also जो इन्होंने आज अजूरी की है, खास करके कलराज मिश्रा जी, ते प्रभात कुमार जी एंड और हमारे साथी जूरी में, आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक देम ऑल. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and dynamic and inspiring entrepreneurs and enablers. आज एसएमई का एसएमई डे है, इसलिए मैं सबको बधाई देता हूं. एसएमई फोरम आज अभी 14 साल का हो गया है. इन लोगों ने 14 साल हो गया काम करते हुए. एक बहुत सी छोटी टीम से इन्होंने स्टार्ट किया, 4-5 आदमियों से स्टार्ट किया. इनका हमेशा कंसर्न था कि एमएसएमई की जो प्रॉब्लम है, उनकी फाइनेंस से रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम है, टेक्नोलॉजी से प्रॉब्लम है, हम ये सारे इशू एक प्रॉपर फॉर्म तक पहुंचाएं. तो ये शुरू से इन्होंने बिना किसी प्रॉफिट गेन के, बिना सोचे, इनका यही था कि अगर हम इस सेक्टर की कुछ हेल्प कर सकते हैं तो हम जरूर करेंगे. और आज से 14-15 साल पहले मैंने देखा है कि एमएसएमई की मेन जो है फाइनेंस की प्रॉब्लम बहुत रहती थी. उसके अलावा टेक्नोलॉजी की प्रॉब्लम रहती थी, मैन पावर की प्रॉब्लम रहती थी. इन्होंने स्टार्ट किया और इन्होंने प्रॉपर चैनल तक लेके गए. आज जिन लोगों को हम अवार्ड देने जा रहे हैं, ये लोग हैं जिन्होंने इनको इनकरेज किया और इनकी सुनी और इन लोगों को इस लेवल पे पहुंचाया कि फर्दर कुछ कर सके. ये लोग पिछले 10 साल से ज़्यादा से 100 एसएमई अवार्ड हर साल करते हैं. जो बेस्ट एसएमई हैं कंट्री के, उनको अवार्ड दिए जाते हैं डिफरेंट स्टेट से. ये फर्स्ट टाइम है कि इन्होंने ये इनिशिएटिव लेके किया है. उनको रिकॉग्नाइज किया है कि जिन लोगों की हेल्प से ये अपना कुछ दिखाने के काबिल हो गए कि एमएसएमई में इतना हुआ है. और आज जो एमएसएमई वाले जो हैं, इनसे जुड़े हुए हैं, वो लोग जो हैं आज किस लेवल पे, जब भी हम जूरी जब भी वो भी देखती है उनके अवार्ड, तो वो किस लेवल पे पहुंच गए हैं हम सोच नहीं सकते. डिस्पाइट के उनको कितने चैलेंजेस हैं, फाइनेंस के चैलेंजेस हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के चैलेंजेस हैं, एनवायरनमेंट के जो रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट के इतने चैलेंजेस हैं, उसके बावजूद भी एसएमई सेक्टर आज इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है. तो ये सभी डायनामिक एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी है. ई कॉमर्स में ई कॉमर्स जो है 2022 में इंडिया में $2 बिलियन का था और चाइना का $200 बिलियन का था. और आज अभी उसके 3 साल में हम लोगों ने 3 टाइम से भी ज़्यादा प्रोग्रेस की है. तो हमारी प्रोग्रेस हो रही है, लेकिन अभी भी पॉलिसी एंगल से कुछ जो है काम करने जरूरी हैं. जो एक पोर्टल ऐसा होना चाहिए जरूरी, जिसमें और कहीं जाने की जरूरत ही ना हो. एक ही पोर्टल से सब कुछ मिल जाए, चाहे वो बैंकिंग से रिलेटेड हो, वो रिटर्न हो, एक्सपोर्ट रिटर्न हो, या जो भी इंसेंटिव हैं. अगर ये सब चीज़ें हो जाती हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे इतने मेहनती और डायनामिक एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, ये इंडिया को डेफिनेटली बहुत हाई लेवल पे लेके जाएंगे और इनका फ्यूचर बहुत अच्छा है. इसके साथ मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं. थैंक यू.
So now the very moment that we've been all waiting for, with your kind permission, sirs, we would like to start with the giving away of awards. So there is just one small housekeeping request that I have to all the eminent awardees who will be coming on the dais to receive the awards. I would request you to come from the left side and move from the right side. That's a request, so that it's easy for us to just call out the names and for ease of operations. So we have few categories of awards today. We have best states, public sector banks, private sector banks, NTFCs, technology providers, exports platforms, marketplace, digital solutions, logistic solutions, and insurance service providers. And we are going to begin the awards with the best states for MSMEs. The awards are being given out in three categories or three levels: bronze, silver, and gold. And for each category, we will invite the bronze category first, then silver, and then gold. So we start with the best state for MSMEs, and the first award we would like to announce, sorry, whatever is convenient, because trip. That's enough, I believe. So are we good to go? Okay, thank you. So the first state I would like to call upon in the bronze category, state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's hear it for them. We have Srimati Garima Singh, Additional Commissioner Industry Meerut, and Mr. Dipender Kumar, IAS Deputy Commissioner Industries Meerut, who are here to receive this award. Please. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please give away these awards and also take a good group picture. Congratulations to State of Uttar Pradesh for being awarded in the bronze category. And they've been selected by the MSMEs and our jury member in ease of doing business. Well, we have to continue clapping because we are celebrating. The next category is silver, and it goes to, it's silver and it goes to the state of Andhra Pradesh. Shri Abhishek Kishore, IAS, Commissioner of Industries and VC and MD of Andhra Pradesh Industries Corporation, is here to receive the award on behalf of the state. Abhishek, sir, would you like to comment something on behalf of your state? May I request you to sit for a few seconds, please?
Very good evening, all of you. I'm Abhishek Kishore. I'm Commissioner Industries and MD of Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, Government of Andhra Pradesh. First of all, I express my sincere gratitude to jury and India SME Forum for recognizing the efforts of our state. And on behalf of state government and by Chief Minister, Honorable Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu, I extend my deepest gratitude to jury and the forum. This is a great venue, and this platform is very quintessential for MSMEs. In the state of government, in the state of AP, we recognize the importance of MSMEs. As a state, we have kept a target of creating 20 lakh employment in next 5 years. And we have allotted 5 lakh target to industries. And we have taken up various initiatives in the state. Just to name a few, in last 1 year, we have come up with 15 different industrial policies. Our mother policy is industrial development policy. We went for sector-specific policies. We are looking into quantum valleys. We are looking into artificial intelligence and many other deep tech as well. And for MSMEs, we have come up with a separate policy. It's called MSME and Entrepreneurship Development Policy. And there are many other states here, and we can say that we are one of the most competitive policies. And just few other things that we are working for MSMEs, our state is working with a motto called One Family, One Entrepreneur. So our Honorable Chief Minister has given this motto for the entire state to even bring in social inclusion for the cause of MSMEs. And to achieve this motto, we have taken certain significant steps. We are creating one MSME park in every assembly constituency of the state. And for all these MSMEs, more than providing land, more than providing approvals, we need certain mentorship. We need to provide that direction to MSMEs. To make this happen, we have come up with something called Ratan Tata Innovation Hubs. We are going with hub and spoke policy. We have the Tata Group associated with us, and Tata Sons Chairman Mr. Chandrasekharan is co-chairing a committee to oversee the MSME activity in the state along with our Honorable Chief Minister. We are establishing this innovation hubs in 5 major locations of the state, and we want to provide mentorship and make this one-stop shop for all MSMEs. I can go on, but I know this is a limited forum, but I thank the jury and all of you present here. We have seen great success with respect to industrial growth in last 1 year. We have attracted 16% of total private domestic investment in last fiscal year to the state of Andhra Pradesh, we being the youngest state in the country. So once again, anyone interested, we are the destination to be. Thank you. Thank you once again.
And now, the first position in the gold category, the award goes to the state of Maharashtra. Shri Dipendra Singh Kushwaha, IAS Development Commissioner from the government of Maharashtra, is here to receive this award. So a big round of applause for much deserved first position, gold category, for the best state for MSMEs. Sure, sir. Some comments, please.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected jury members, and representatives from the whole country. First, I take this opportunity to thank for giving us the opportunity and having us here. I also want to congratulate the organizers to connecting all of us through this single platform, and this is a very strong platform. We are going to learn a lot from each other. About Maharashtra, Maharashtra is a very rapid growing economy, and the state of Maharashtra is the only state with $500 billion economy. If we place globally, then we will be positioned at the 26th rank at par with UAE and Singapore and Austria. Maharashtra, the committed leadership, dynamic leadership under the Chief Minister of Honorable Sri Devendra Fadnavis, we are continuously working to thrive in each and every sector. As mentioned by Abhishek, they have launched almost 15 policies. They are working and they are trying each and every portion to support industries. On the similar lines, we have a very dynamic policy in ecosystem, including the man policy, mother policy, and the sectoral policy. With policy, the infrastructure, mature infrastructure plays a very key role, and Maharashtra traditionally has been a very attractive state for the investment and industries. We have signed the MOU, and the kind of commitment we have received in last 2 years is $300 billion investment in Maharashtra, which we have never seen in the history. So this is an opportunity for the MSMEs to come and take the benefit of this kind of massive investment in coming in industry all sectors of industry, be it manufacturing, IT, services, hospitality, tourism, and all the sectors. Other than policy and infrastructure ease of doing business, we are continuously working to support to improve our ecosystem. Be it the single window system, we have one of the most uh, dynamic and integrated online single window system. Recently, this is also supported and enabled by a legislation of the state government. We are the land of 6 million MSMEs on Udyam portal. And if we count the IME portal also, then we are 8.5. We are having 8.5 registered MSME in the state on 2 portals. And out of these 8.5, 25%, almost 1/4 are headed by women entrepreneurs and 10% from the sections of the margin entrepreneurs from the marginal society. There are multiple challenges. We are trying to overcome with the multiple challenges, be it skill mismatch or the cost of doing business or the real estate pricing, urban area issues related to urban areas, skill development. But all of them we are trying to resolve through various policy initiatives. And we are continuously working to make the state of Maharashtra a better state for business, better state to live, and better state for industries. Thank you for showing us. Thank you so much for your confidence showing in us and giving us an opportunity to be here and giving us an opportunity to present our case study or our facts before all of you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
We have one more award in the gold category, but this is a special mention award. And this special mention award in gold category goes to the state of Assam. And we have here Dr. Lakshmanan S., IAS Secretary to the Government of Assam, Industries and Commerce, Mine and Minerals Department, and Chief Minister's Secretariat. So a big round of applause for the state of Assam. It is the aspirational state. It's performed well. Lakshmanan sir, would you like to comment?
A very good evening to one and all present here. Honorable Minister sir, most respected jury members, all participants here. It is indeed a privilege, and I must say our sincere thanks to the eminent jury for considering a northeastern state, which definitely is not heard so many times for industrial growth, but for other challenges, perhaps more related to extremism, maybe more related to different kinds of bottlenecks. But I must say that there has been a huge impact of look east and act east policies over a period of time, with our connectivity improving tremendously over past 2 or 3 decades, from what would have been in early 90s now and capitals. I am not speaking just for Assam here, but overall all northeastern states with huge natural resources, land availability, since we have about 1/8 of the total land area, but the population is much lower. Land is available, but of course there are certain challenges, but still in the last few years, the kind of connectivity, the kind of support and overwhelming improvement in the business environment has reflected a lot. All the state governments have taken many forward-looking policies to provide incentives and also to address some of the challenges, including transportation costs, etc. Government of India's various policies over a period of time, whether it was needs or the current Unnati policy is also very much supportive for the MSMEs. So overall, if you see, as Maharashtra, Kushwaha sir was saying, they have about 6 million registered MSMEs. I would like to simply say we have about 8 lakh only, but the comparative figure is in 2021, we had 47,000 registered MSMEs. By 25, we have 7.8 lakhs. So in the last 5-6 years, the improvement has come in quality and production. And only one more point I would like to say, when we compared our credit outflow, some of the things are not just registered to the number, it is related to the performance also. In the last 3 to 4 years, what has happened is, again, we can't say that it is one government's effort, it's overall effort. Whether it is CGTMSE by Government of India, Ministry of MSME and SIDBI, whether it is Unnati scheme, whether it is state government policies, the credit outflow has increased from less than 10,000 crore in 21-22 to almost 40,000 crore by 25-26. Again, 4 times growth in the last 4 years. That is about 1 lakh crore coming to MSME sector in 4 years in a northeastern state. Obviously, is a great chance, great improvement. We are again, as sir has told, every state is competing to have investment. Every state is looking forward with red carpets to the investors. We also mean that it is a shared growth for the country. It is not just competition. It is a shared growth, looking forward for cooperation and combined growth. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the.
And now we will start with public sector banks, because money is more important, and how money has flown, the same way we are going to flow. I mean, we know we're going to have all these awards flow now. So public sector banks in the bronze category, we have 2 contendants, and we are giving out 2 awards in this bronze category. First, I would like to call Canara Bank. Shri K. Balakrishnan, DGM from Canara Bank, is here to receive the award. Let's applaud for them. This position is shared with Union Bank of India. So may I request Shri Hariom Vats, TGM from Union Bank of India, to please come up on the dais and receive the bank for MSMEs. In the silver category, for the best bank of MSMEs, we have State Bank of India, and we have Shri Anindya Sundar Paul, DMD SME Business. He's here to receive the award on behalf of State Bank of India. And in the gold category, that's the first position, the best bank for MSMEs is, any guesses? Sorry? We have Bank of Baroda, Shri Madhur Kumar, CGM MSME Banking, Co-Lending and Supply Chain Finance. Let's applaud for Bank of Baroda, and we hope that they continue to give more and more loans. We now move on to the private sector banks. And in the private sector bank category, bronze, we have Axis Bank. To receive the award, we have Mr. Samir Garg, Executive Vice President, Axis Bank. Shri Samir Garg. Let's continue the applause. More claps means more loans and more finance. In the silver category, we have Kotak Mahindra Bank, Shri Shekhar Bhandari, President and Head of SME Banking. May I please welcome you on the dais? Kotak Mahindra Bank. In the gold category, we have HDFC Bank, Shri Gurpreet Nagpal, Senior Vice President, and Mr. Rajiv Panthari, Senior Vice President and Zonal Head. Please come up on the dais. And indeed, HDFC has given out the maximum number of loans to MSMEs. So it gets the first position in gold category. Moving on to NBFCs. For NBFCs, we are not giving out any bronze category because the difference with the markings was extremely, there was a wide gap. So we are not giving out any bronze award in this category. We have silver. So silver goes to Bajaj Finance Limited, Shri Rohit Bharti, Business Head, MSME Loans. So Bajaj Finance gets this award in the silver category. In the gold category, NBFCs, we have Shriram Finance Limited, Mr. Vikas Arora, President and Business Head, Supply Chain Finance, Digital MSME and Equipment Finance. Shri Vikas Arora ji from Shriram Finance Limited. We move on next to the technology providers category. In the technology providers, we have bronze Tally Solutions. We have Shri Gyanendra Chand, DGM, Zonal Marketing India North and SARC region. We have Tally Solutions in technology providers. And in the technology provider section, we have the gold. So there is no silver, we have gold, and it goes to Microsoft. May I request Shri Om Batra, Director Distribution and Channels, India and South Asia. Shri Om Batra from Microsoft. We now move on to exports platforms and exports enablers. And in this category, we have the silver category, Shopify, Mr. Siddhant Rana, Head of Partnerships, India and Southeast Asia. He's on his way. I think he's on his way. So we'll keep that for later. In the gold category, we have Amazon Global Selling, and Ms. Shubhra Jain is here to receive this award on behalf of Amazon Global Selling India. You want to comment? You want to say something? And in this same category, we have a special mention award, gold category, DGFT. And may I request Mr. Mohammed Moin Afaq, join DGFT, to please come up on the dais and receive this award on behalf of DGFT. We have had number of consultations, and I must make a mention here that here we have Mr. Afaq, who has personally led many reforms for MSMEs in DGFT. Moin sir, would you like to comment a few words?
It's an honor and honest honor to receive this award from such a dignified jury. I consider this award not as a felicitation of what has been done, but more of a nudge to achieve the larger vision of India's SMEs going global with the right support and the right collaboration between the government, be it the central government, the state government, and the larger entrepreneurs of India. Thank you, sir.
While we are at the exports platforms, we are also going to talk about marketplaces that have enabled MSMEs in a big way. And while we are talking about marketplaces, the bronze category goes to GEM, the government e-marketplace, and we have Mr. Ajit Chauhan, additional CEO of GEM, to receive this award. Let's applaud GEM, because GEM has enabled MSMEs to do business with government directly. Ajit sir, would you like to comment something? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, India SME Forum, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, jury, for selecting us and recognizing the important role of government e-marketplace. Just very briefly, GEM is one of the early startup experiments of Government of India, which has worked out extremely well for the country. We started in 2016 with 422 crore gross merchandise value business. We've grown more than 1,000 times. Last year, we ended up with 5.4 lakh crore worth of business transacted on the platform, which should be in excess of $50 billion, I'm sure. And a good part of this business, as a MSME enabler, I am proud to say that a good part of this business has gone to the MSCs of the country. of the total cumulative GMV of 14.2 lakh, if I'm not forgetting, that we've transacted in the last 9 years, 37% of which has been contributed by the micro and small. Is onboarded on the platform, 1.88 lakh of which are women-led MSCs, 50,000 SC/ST-led MSCs, and we definitely not satiated. We are quite mindful of the big numbers that the states reel out, and also our MSME ministry reels out. If I'm not mistaken, the MSME's latest figures is in excess of 6 crore Udyam registered MSMEs, so all of them are welcome. Through this forum, I would like to, make an offer or pitch to the states, to the banks who are dealing with MSEs to give them additional market linkage. This is a sure shot market linkage. You're most welcome. We would reach out to you. You can reach out to us to give that value add to your MSEs and get them enrolled. It's a simple process. We're quite mindful of the ease of journey. And in terms of business, just a small tidbit, the 1.88 lakh women-led MSEs that I was talking about, they have garnered a business of in excess of 54,000 crore, if that rings a bell. And the SC/ST MSEs, which I said is 50,000 numbers, has already got a business of 12,000 crores. And MSMEs taken together over a period of 9 years is 5.4 lakh crores. So we are serious. We are serious players. Everybody who is part of the MSME ecosystem can reach out to GEM. We are guys with open minds and eyes and ears open. So, and we're very business friendly. So anybody who is part of the stakeholder ecosystem and is part of the ecosystem can reach out to us, and we would be very happy to onboard them, handhold them, provide them access to working capital through some interventions that we have. And thank you once again for this opportunity. Thank you.
In the silver category for marketplace, we have Misho, Ms. Prachi Bukhar, Head Government Relations and Public Policy. Ms. Prachi. So Ms. Prachi is receiving the award on behalf of Misho. Indeed, we have a lot of MSMEs listed on Misho. Thank you. In the gold category, we have Amazon India, Mr. Gaurav Bhatnagar, Director, Amazon India Marketplace. Would you please come on the dais and receive this on behalf of Amazon India? Moving on to the digital solutions category. Would you want to comment on anything? So in the digital solutions category, bronze award goes to ONDC. Ms. Rachita Gupta, Head of Marketing and Communications, is here to receive the award. Ms. Rachita Gupta, on behalf of ONDC, Open Network Digital Commerce. In the silver category, second position goes to Meta, Mr. Rohan Sham Ram Mohan, Lead Business Messaging and Partnerships on behalf of Meta, is here to receive the award on behalf of Meta. Mr. Rohan Sham Ram Mohan. And the gold category award goes to Google. Ms. Roma Datta Chaube is here to receive the award. We can't imagine our search without Google. And we always felt there was a female face behind Google. And I mean, it feels good to see. We move on to logistics solutions category, and the bronze goes to Ship Global. Mr. Ayush Anand, co-founder and CEO of Ship Global, is here to receive the award in the bronze category. For digital solutions, Mr. Ayush Anand, co-founder and CEO of Ship Global. The silver category goes to our own India Post. Shri Dushan Mudgal, DDG Mail Operations, is here to receive the award on behalf of India Post. In logistics solutions, the gold award, the first position goes to DHL, Mr. Ashim Sen, Director, Relationship Sales, North and East India. Mr. Ashim Sen is here to receive the award on behalf of DHL. And now we are in the last category. So we've reached the last category of awards for the evening. Insurance service providers. And the bronze category, the award goes to Tata AI Life Insurance, Shri Pankaj Gera. Bronze category, Tata AI Life Insurance. In the silver category, the award for second position goes to United India Assurance. United India Insurance, Madam Sunita Gupta, Executive Director of United India Assurance, is here to receive the award. She is joining with her own team, Ms. Lipika Kalra, Ms. Preeti Bansal, and Mr. B.B. Goel. There's only one last award. Want to make a comment? No? Okay. So we move on to the last award of this evening in the insurance service provider category. Gold, New India Assurance, Ms. Jayashree Nair, GM and Chief Compliance Officer, is here. New India Assurance. So a big round of applause for all the awardees for this evening who have received these awards for the National MSME Impact Awards 2025. Congratulations, heartiest congratulations to all of you. We now come towards the end of these proceedings, and I would like to request our special guest, Shri Kalraj Mishra ji, to say a few words. So would like a mic or would like to?
दिवस के अवसर पर आयोजित इस सम्मानित करने वाले समारोह में उपस्थित जूरी के चेयरमैन आदरणीय श्री प्रभात कुमार जी, जूरी के मेंबर जुनेजा जी, अन्य हमारे सभी महानुभाव, विनोद कुमार जी, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित महानुभाव, बहनों और भाइयों, पत्रकार मित्रों, छायाकार बंधुओं, उन्होंने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आज के दिन को एमएसएमई दिवस के रूप में घोषित किया। एमएसएमई के प्रति इस प्रकार की धारणा कि एमएसएमई के माध्यम से ही देशों का विकास हो सकता है, बेरोजगारी के जमाने में सबको रोजगार भी उपलब्ध हो सकता है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के काल में जगह जगह मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की स्थिति का निर्माण हो सकता है, आम आदमी के जरूरत की चीजों को पूरा करने के दृष्टि से चीजें बन जा सकती हैं, उसके बाजार भी उपलब्ध हो सकता है। साथ ही साथ एक देश के दूसरे देश के प्रोडक्ट को अपनाने के लिए निर्यात की भी व्यवस्था हो सकती है, आयात की व्यवस्था हो सकती है। इस धारणा से परिपूर्ण होकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एमएसएमई को फोकस करते हुए एक दिवस बनाने का फैसला किया। और आज जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दिवस है, इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दिवस पर इंडिया एसएमई फोरम के जरिए ऐसे विशिष्ट लोगों को पुरस्कृत किया है जिन्होंने एमएसएमई के माध्यम से अच्छा उत्पाद गुणवत्ता युक्त किया है और उस गुणवत्ता को परखने का काम जूरी ने किया। हमारे जूरी मेंबर ने, हमारे धर्मेंद्र कुमार जी ने इस बात को रखा कि चयन करने में बड़ी दिक्कत जा रही थी, किसको पहला माने किसको दूसरा माने, क्योंकि विनिर्माण की गुणवत्ता को उसका आकलन करना विभिन्न पक्षों को देखकर, क्योंकि गुणवत्ता के भी कई पक्ष हैं, विभिन्न पक्षों को देखकर उसका मापदंड निर्धारित करना ये बड़ा कठिन जाता है। इसके लिए विशेष जानकारी की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। इसीलिए मुझे लगता है एसएमई फोरम ने जूरी के चेयरमैन के रूप में श्रीमान प्रभात कुमार जी को इसीलिए रखा कि इन्होंने, जब मैं मंत्री था तो इनको मैंने 1 मेंबर कमेटी निर्धारित की थी एमएसएमई के बारे में पूरी विस्तार से जानकारी की दृष्टि से कि हर क्षेत्र में एमएसएमई का विकास कैसे हो। और ये जूरी ने बड़े ही तन्मयता के साथ लोगों का चयन किया है और मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के दृष्टि से कौन बढ़िया रहा है, ब्रॉन्ज, सिल्वर और गोल्ड अवार्ड दिया गया। फिर उसके बाद मार्केटिंग की दृष्टि से कौन बढ़िया रहा है, तो उसको भी ब्रॉन्ज, सिल्वर और गोल्ड दिया गया। फिर इसको स्पोर्ट की दृष्टि से कौन बढ़िया रहा है, उसको भी ये दिया गया। और इतना नहीं, फाइनेंस की दृष्टि से भी कैसे रहा, किन बैंकों ने किस ढंग से फाइनेंस किया, इस पर इसको भी अवार्ड दिया। और इतना ही नहीं, तो लॉजिस्टिक की दृष्टि से भी किन लोगों को जोड़ करके उनको प्रोत्साहित करना चाहिए, उनको भी दिया गया। अर्थात एमएसएमई का इंटीग्रेटेड तौर पर कैसे स्वरूप उभर सकता है, समग्रता में एमएसएमई को कैसे विकसित किया जा सकता है, इन सारी बातों को ध्यान में रखकर एसएमई फोरम ने यह आयोजन किया है। मैं एसएमई फोरम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और शुभकामनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मित्रों, ये उन्होंने जो घोषणा की, उन्होंने एक अपेक्षा की है एमएसएमई से कि 2030 तक कम से कम 60 करोड़ लोगों को एमएसएमई के माध्यम से रोजगार प्राप्त होना चाहिए, यह अपेक्षा की। हमारे यहां अभी हमारे सीईओ जेम ने उल्लेख किया कि लगभग 6 करोड़ हमारी इकाइयां हैं, 5.70, 5 करोड़ 70 लाख ये इकाइयां हैं। और इकाइयों के माध्यम से जो जीडीपी है, जो एमएसएमई के द्वारा हम सहयोग करते हैं, 30% का है। और इसमें भी पूरे एमएसएमई में जिसका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है तो माइक्रो का है। 98% माइक्रो का योगदान है। अर्थात माइक्रो अगर जितना भी विकसित होगा उतने ही हम आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। और इसके जरिए से 11 करोड़ की अपेक्षा की गई है रोजगार लोगों को प्राप्त होगा। और 45% एमएसएमई का एक्सपोर्ट में योगदान है। एक आंकड़े हैं, ये आंकड़े अभी नवीनतम दृष्टि से आगे बढ़े, अभी वो चीज नहीं आ पाई। जब मैं मंत्री था तो भी यही आंकड़ा था और आज भी यही आंकड़ा है। मुझे आश्चर्य लग रहा है। जबकि भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था दुनिया के अंदर बड़ी तेजी के साथ चल रही है। 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था से लेकर हम 4थे नंबर पर आ गए। हमारे एक जूरी मेंबर ने कहा कि जापान से हम आगे बढ़ गए, कुछ पॉइंट से हम आगे बढ़ गए, हम 4थी हो गए, जापान से आगे बढ़ गए। भविष्य में कल्पना की जा रही और आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम बढ़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री, इनका एमएसएमई पर बहुत अधिक फोकस है। वित्त मंत्री ने अपने बजट भाषण के दौरान एमएसएमई को विशेष सहयोग देने की दृष्टि से आश्वस्त भी किया है। और इसमें आपको पता होगा 5 करोड़ का पहले कर्ज मिलता था, अब 10 करोड़ कर दिया है। यह है, लेकिन बाधाएं भी बहुत है। एमएसएमई के लिए बाधाएं भी बहुत हैं। कर्जे की प्रक्रिया को कैसे सरल किया जाए, इसकी आवश्यकता है, प्राप्त हो जाए। सप्लाई चेन को कैसे मजबूत किया जाए, उसमें भी बड़ी बाधा है। मार्केटिंग की दृष्टि से उपलब्ध कराने के लिए किन किन परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ता है, इसका भी सरलीकरण बहुत आवश्यक है। ये सारी चीजें अगर की गई तो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने जो प्रारंभ में घोषणा की थी, मेक इन इंडिया, और बाद में उन्होंने कहा आत्मनिर्भर भारत, मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत, दोनों का बड़ा अन्योन्याश्रित संबंध है। इन दोनों के जरिए से 2047 में हम विकसित भारत के रूप में लोगों के सामने हम प्रस्तुत कर सकेंगे, ये एक स्थिति का निर्माण हो सकता है। मेक इन इंडिया अर्थात भारत को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे, चाहे माइक्रो होगा, चाहे स्मॉल होगा, चाहे मीडियम होगा, चाहे बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज होंगी। हर दृष्टि से हम भारत को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। और आत्मनिर्भर भारत का मतलब है माइक्रो को अधिक से अधिक आगे बढ़ाओ, माइक्रो स्मॉल अधिक से अधिक आगे बढ़े। बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री अगर इसको खा जाएंगी तो बड़ी परेशानी पैदा होगी। और माइक्रो स्मॉल ग्रामीण स्तर पर छोटे छोटे इंडस्ट्री के आधार पर अगर डेवलप होती गई तो आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ अपने आप लोग बढ़ते जाएंगे। रोजगार परक और आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ लोग अग्रसर हो सके। गांव में छोटी छोटी कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री के रूप में डेवलप किया जा सके। बहुत सारे रॉ मटेरियल्स है, रॉ मटेरियल्स की कमी नहीं है, वो प्राप्त होंगे। वो रॉ मटेरियल्स के आधार पर नवाचार करते हुए इनोवेशन के आधार पर बहुत सारी चीजें हम कर सकते हैं। स्टार्टअप भी इसी में से पैदा हुआ है, उसके माध्यम से बहुत सारी चीजें हम कर सकते हैं। ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए ये आवश्यक है। और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए MSME तो मीडियम और वो तो बात की है, माइक्रो स्मॉल ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। अगर इसको हमने किया, इसी में आपका AI आ जाएगा। कहते हैं कि अगर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को महत्ता प्रदान की गई तो विकसित भारत में बहुत बड़ा कार्य हो सकेगा। और ये कैसे आएगा? इसके लिए शिक्षित करना पड़ेगा, इसके लिए एजुकेशन की तरफ ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। और सौभाग्य की बात है कि हिंदुस्तान में, भारत सरकार ने इन सारी बातों को इंटीग्रेटेड तौर पर समग्रता में लेते विचार किया और विचार करने के बाद शिक्षा नीति बनाई। और शिक्षा नीति के अंदर प्रारंभ से ही स्किल डेवलपमेंट के कोर्स रखे गए। प्रारंभ से कौशल विकास क्लास 6 से शुरू हो गया, ताकि क्लास 6 से बच्चे का रुझान पता लगे कि किधर की तरफ वो जा सकता है। और आगे के पाठ्यक्रमों में भी इस प्रकार से पाठ्यक्रम का निर्माण हो जिस पाठ्यक्रम में रोजगार परक रुझान लोगों का बढ़ता जाए। रोजगार परक रुझान बढ़ता जाएगा, लोगों के अंदर आत्मविश्वास जागृत होगा, नौकरी के लिए लोग भागेंगे नहीं। आत्मनिर्भर होकर इनोवेशन के आधार पर नवाचार करते हुए अपना स्वयं का रोजगार खोजने की दिशा में वो शोध करेंगे। और इसलिए शोध पर भी बड़ा जोर दिया गया है। NRF पर नेशनल रिसर्च फंड ये एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अंदर है, यानी राष्ट्रीय शोध निधि भी उसके लिए आवश्यक होगी। इनोवेशन के लिए शोध जरूरी है। और अगर शोध ढंग से हुआ तो उसी के माध्यम से छोटे छोटे उद्योग, उसी के माध्यम से स्टार्टअप ये निर्माण होंगे। और छोटी छोटी चीजें होगी, कम पूंजी वाली होगी, तो अधिक से अधिक उसमें लगेंगे। फिर नौकरी के लिए लोग तलाश नहीं करेंगे, फिर रोजगार के लिए लोग चिंतन करेंगे और रोजगार होगा। भारत रोजगार की तरफ अग्रसर हो, इस दिशा में प्रभावी तौर पर भारत सरकार काम कर रही है। और इसलिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहिए कि आगे चलकर 2047 में हम भारत को विकसित देश बना के दिखा देंगे। उस दिशा में लगातार काम होता जा रहा है। इसमें MSME महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वहन करेगी, ये मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। आप सब लोग, मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई, उत्तर प्रदेश, आंध्र, महाराष्ट्र, आसाम 4 प्रदेशों को विशिष्ट रूप से पुरस्कृत किया गया है। और चारों प्रदेशों के, उत्तर प्रदेश के तो नहीं, लेकिन आंध्र, महाराष्ट्र और आसाम ने जिन्होंने अवार्ड लिया है, उन्होंने अपनी बात ही बताई कि हम कैसे इस स्तर पर आए। तो अपने अपने प्रदेश में MSME को विकसित करने की दिशा में किस ढंग से ध्यान केंद्रित करते हुए हम काम कर रहे हैं, ये बताने का प्रयास किया है। मैं इन चारों प्रदेशों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं करता हूं। इस आधार पर आगे बढ़ते जाए। और मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता है भविष्य में जिस ढंग से डिजिटल उसके तरफ हम बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, जिस ढंग से आईटी का क्षेत्र विकसित होता जा रहा है, उसके आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं कि हम निश्चित रूप से 2047 में भारत को एमएसएमई के माध्यम से, मैंने समग्रता में कहा, इसमें शिक्षा भी आ जाती है, सब कुछ आ जाता है, एमएसएमई के माध्यम से भारत को हम विकसित देश बना सकने में सक्षम होंगे, ये मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। और इसलिए आज अंतरराष्ट्रीय एमएसएमई दिवस के अवसर पर आप सब लोगों को पुनः बधाई देते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं।
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने पूरे हॉल में ही नहीं, हम जो हमारे व्यूअर्स हैं ऑनलाइन, उसमें भी इतनी एनर्जी आपने डाल दी कि वी आर ऑल नाउ चार्ज्ड अप एंड फिर से काम पे लगना है। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच वंस अगेन, अ वेरी बिग राउंड of applause for Kalrat sir. And we come to the formal conclusion of this ceremony and this lovely day. We've been here since morning 10 a.m. and we've had some very, very insightful sessions. We celebrated the achievers. We recognized all the ecosystem enablers and we expect more and more from them. So I believe कि ये सिलसिला चलता रहेगा. And once again, hearty congratulations to all of you. My gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais and esteemed jury members who've put in their time and offered their valuable service to this entire initiative, and all the dignitaries who've been able to spare time and come here to receive the award in person also only showcases their commitment towards MSMEs. So with that, we come to the formal conclusion and valedictory of this program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And I request you all to join us for some evening tea and snacks. So have a great evening, all of you. Sir. Sir, आइए.
ऐसी मिलते हैं।